beyond his laugh, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. I'm happy to be here with you today. It is June 28th. It is 2:32 p.m. We are right on time, and I am happy and I appreciate each and every one of you that join us today, whether it's for 5 minutes or for the entire show. I appreciate and thank each and every one of you. We're getting close. The 250th anniversary of America is just around the corner, just a couple of days away, and excitement is growing, well, amongst Republicans, conservatives, and independents, not so much for Democrats, progressives, and socialists. And we've seen recent polling on all of that. I think I covered it earlier in the week, where we see that about 80% of Republicans, independents, conservatives are happy and love and are proud of America. And 29% of Democrats, progressives, and socialists can say the same thing. That is the result of indoctrination. And we are going to see further results of indoctrination as we talk about this show today. We talk about America and the world and how it's all coming together, how it all interacts. Because that's what we do here, free speech. We speak to over 100 different countries around the world to have a conversation with you. It's not me just talking, it is a conversation, and you are welcome to leave your comments on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram, and of course on Rumble in the live chat, and to tell us whatever you think, whether you think I am wrong, whether you think I have missed some important information, if there is breaking news. I want to hear your voices, as long as it is respectful, on anything that is on your mind. That's a conversation that we get to have. But today, we're going to be talking a little bit about Mondami and the surge of socialism in America and the consequences of that. Rent freeze, increases in pay. We're going to be talking a little bit about Donald Trump, what's happening with Iran at this moment, the Strait of Hormuz, whether it's the ceasefire or whether it's a conflict. Is it World War III, as many on the left would like you to believe? Should you be panicking? And why you probably shouldn't. And let's also talk about a few of the other things that are happening across America, including in Virginia, where we'll be talking about the gun ban and how constitutional or not constitutional that actually may be. We'll talk about a bunch of things, plus whatever you bring up in the comments, because I appreciate you and I want to hear your voice, even when you disagree with me. So let's see. Oh, we got a comment already into the program. First comment today is from Bronner, and Bronner is saying, "Good afternoon, Mike. Good afternoon, Bronner. Thank you for being here with us. I do appreciate and thank you for being here on in the conversation on the show today." So we're going to be talking about a few things before we get into the heavy stuff. And there is some breaking news, there is some ongoing news that we'll be talking about. But I wanted to take a moment to start off with something that a friend of mine sent to me, my good friend Larry Sharpe. Now, for those who have been following, Larry Sharpe is running for governor of New York. He is a libertarian, he's a Marine, and I've known him for a decade now, literally a decade. I first met Larry Sharpe when I was one of the only, in fact, I was the only major news media organization in Central New York that was willing to speak to Larry Sharpe in 2014, talking about his intention to run for, actually 2016, when he was looking to run for the governor of New York for the first time. And the rest of the news media ignored him. They didn't want to talk to him. I did. And a 15-minute conversation, what was expected to be about a 15-minute conversation, turned into a 2.5-hour conversation about libertarianism, Republicans, about reforming and improving America, and the New York governor's race, as well as many issues here in New York State. And from that day going forward, me and Larry, we've met many times. He's a personal friend, and he has a channel. And on his channel, he occasionally works with The Advocate, which are one of his sponsors. One of their things is they do an independent political survey. You answer a couple of questions. This survey in particular is the political DNA survey. It takes about 5 minutes, maybe not even that long. And in doing that survey, you get to see where your preferences are. Where is your particular politics? Not in terms of are you a Democrat or are you a Republican or you're independent, but more importantly, where is your natural flow? For me, in taking this, which is completely free, is I'm a national conservative. I have very nationalistic views. I love my country. I love to support my country. And I have some conservative views as well, many conservative views. And so that combines, I'm a national conservative. And you can see here there aren't a whole lot of people, but America first, border security, cultural heritage, sovereignty. If you watch my program, these are things I've been talking about for decades, literally decades on this program. I've been talking about these issues, and that is me. If you would like to see where you wind up on the political DNA survey, which is free, and it comes from The Advocates, well, you can I'll leave the link. You can jump in. You can take it for yourself and see where you fall. There are over 32 different categories that you might fall into. So it's not simply just Democrat and Republican. It's a lot more than that. And you'll also be able to see historic figures, people like Teddy Roosevelt, Abraham Lincoln, Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, and many, many other thinkers. Where did they wind up in their political DNA, and how closely are you to match to them? I think some people will be very surprised by the results. So I am, and by the way, my good friend Bronner also took this, and Bronner said, I came out as an anarcho-capitalist, which is probably no surprise. No, not a surprise at all, but a lot of people might be surprised by what these things are and where they actually truly align. Only about 4.8% of the population actually match national conservative. So there's something. So I wanted to mention that because it is something that is my good friend, Larry Sharpe. It is something that he's putting out. Let me also address some other news. Again, we're starting off a little bit light on some of the news out there because there is some heavy news to come. And America has made it through the group stage in the World Cup. For fans across the world, this is the biggest sports news in the world. That's a fact. Bigger than the bigger than the Super Bowl, bigger than the World Series, bigger than the NBA Finals or whatever it's called. It's the biggest thing in the world. And the group stage, now America made it in because this is the home country. The home country automatically gets to qualify no matter how good or bad their team may be. And so America got in, and normally the home team gets the first two rounds of the competition are usually a lot easier for the home team. Why? Because it's your nation that's hosting it. And it kind of is a tradition. It's a little bit unbalanced. And America did very well in the group stage. We made it to the second stage, which normally America doesn't make it to. Normally, America, if we qualify, we get bounced out in the group of 64, the group stage, and we don't advance beyond that. So already, America is doing better than normal. And we're going to be playing against Bosnia Herzegovina. Do we expect to win? Yes, very much so. America is expected to win. As you can see here, and this is just generic, but the generic expectation is there's about a 72% chance that America will beat Bosnia Herzegovina. They're not one of the strongest teams in the world. Decent team. Obviously, they made it to the World Cup. They're not insignificant, but they are not heavy hitters by any means. They're not contenders to win the World Cup. That's for sure. So America might actually make it to the third stage, the round of 16 nations, which would be surprising, and it would be beneficial. Now, at that point, the kid gloves are off, and America would be actually competing with some of the best nations historically in the world. And it is unlikely that America would advance beyond that. Not unheard of, but unlikely. So I'm proud of America. I'm glad we've done well so far. I still look forward to Germany or Argentina winning the entire thing. I know there's a lot of odds that say it's going to be France. Screw France. Get rid of them. A lot of people say it would be Spain. Spain is respectable. That's a great team, and we could see them win. But I would love to see maybe an Argentina versus Spain, maybe a Germany versus Spain, maybe even a Germany versus Argentina. That would be a great match. And for the Americans out there who are going, I don't know anything about that, watch some of the matches. Not the U.S. matches. Watch some of the other teams around the world as they play. And I think you will start to understand why the rest of the world considers this such a phenomenal competition and so worthwhile. I think it's great. I really haven't missed a World Cup, watching competition in the World Cup in 30 years. So this is going to be great. That being said, and that'll be on July 1st. America will be playing Bosnia on July 1st. I think it's going to be a great game. So let's get into the big news. The international and breaking news is that Iran has decided to attack a cargo ship in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, to be clear, this ship, a cargo ship, traveling out of the Strait of Hormuz, there's two sides to the Strait of Hormuz. Half of it is owned by Iran. The other half is owned by a country by the name of Oman. It's a very small country, Middle Eastern country. And so they own half the waterways. It's kind of like in terms in the United States, when you think about the Rio Grande River. Well, half of the river belongs to Mexico, and the other half belongs to the United States. It's divided down the middle, essentially. And if you're on the side that leans towards America, that's the American side, and the other side is the Mexican side. Same thing with the Strait of Hormuz. Half of it belongs to Oman. The other half belongs to Iran. And along the side of Oman, the United States was escorting, and there were ships traveling. 83 ships were traveling through on the Oman side. So it has nothing to do with Iran. It's not near Iran. It's not the territory of Iran. And they were traveling through, and they were attacked by a drone from Iran. And we believe very heavily, and I would say it came from the IRGC, which we've talked about on this channel. The IRGC is the terrorist wing of the Iranian government. They're the ones that go out and train Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis on how to blow up women and children with suicide bombers. They're the ones that make plans to attack civilians all across the world. And they fund the various terrorist organizations globally so that they can destroy everyone who doesn't believe what the Ayatollah believes. And that is sad. That is regrettable. And these guys are fanatics. They are fanatics among the fanatics that run the Iranian government. They are insane. And they absolutely want to continue to fight against the United States and the rest of the world. They want to eliminate Iran. They want to eliminate America. They're very much like Davila, the New York 13th Congressional District Democratic Socialist candidate, Davila. They're very much like Iran. They want to destroy America. And to do so, they continue to have this fight. Now, I believe the IRGC wanted to attack this cargo ship so that the ceasefire would end, which they don't like, not because it isn't beneficial to Iran, but because America continues to exist. And so they want to destroy the ceasefire. They believe that Iran will be able to withstand the United States and that they will win, which patently, absolutely is not true. The United States military in 2 weeks destroyed the entire Navy of Iran, took out the entire Air Force of Iran, and the majority of missiles and drones. So they have no military option, but the IRGC don't care. They're terrorists. They are fanatics. And so they want to continue. The United States has not broken the ceasefire agreement. As much as I don't like it, as much as I think it's abysmal and it is way too beneficial to Iran, we have not broken the agreement that we made. Iran, because of the IRGC, is breaking this, and that is going to be a problem for Iran. They have been condemned internationally. So what we see here, and this is coverage from The Guardian, and as you can see, according to The Guardian, Donald Trump has come out today, roughly about, earlier today, about 9 hours ago, and said that, here it is, and let me just highlight this quote for you guys so you can see it a little bit better. There we go. And it says, the U.S. President Donald Trump has claimed, I expanded it too much. There may come a point when the United States is no longer able to be reasonable about the Strait of Hormuz, about Iran attacking ships on the Oman side that, per the agreement, were traveling through the Strait of Hormuz. The United States will no longer be able to be reasonable and will be forced to militarily complete the job that we very successfully started. Again, it was insanely successful. In 2 weeks, the United States military wiped out the naval and air force capabilities of Iran, reduced almost any and all threat of the missiles and drones of Iran. This is good for the Ukraine. This is bad for Russia. It's bad for Iran. We also shut down their ability to ship oil to China, either through Pakistan and directly to China, which messes up their plans for the future in Southeast Asia with their navy. So we effectively bottlenecked many of the enemies of the United States and the world, and nations that are creating conflict around the world. And we were able to do so in 2 weeks' time. So Donald Trump isn't wrong in what he is saying. We see that he goes on to say, if that happens, if the United States must go back on the offensive, the Islamic Republic of Iran will no longer exist. Quite literally, the only thing that has protected the nation of Iran as it exists, and in particular the leadership structure, the fact that they were allowed to elect or appoint another Ayatollah, the third in their history, to have a government that is able to function for the IRGC to exist, is simply because the United States stopped bombing them. If the United States had continued its pressure, its military action to destroy the infrastructure, the military infrastructure in Iran, it wouldn't exist anymore. Literally, it is because of the kindness of the United States. And I know some people will go, but Mike, blowing up, bombing another nation, that's not nice. We could have bombed the people. We could have bombed their cities. We could have bombed the infrastructure necessary for the people to have electricity, water, food. We could have bombed them to the Stone Ages. We could have done that. We didn't. We chose not to. Not because of any international pressure, not because of any other nation stopping us, not because Iran had any capability whatsoever to prevent us from doing that. The United States did it because we wanted to. Because our goal, while it was regime change, was not to destroy Iran from existence. That was the threat, but that was not the intention. Because if we wanted to, we would have already done so. And some would argue that, and I would argue, that we probably should have already done that. We should have turned Iran into a commonwealth, but that's a different argument for a different day. So that is the news that's come out of this so far. And many nations are looking at Iran right now because the answer from Iran, and this is, again, the IRGC, what did they do? They bombed a cargo ship that had nothing to do with Iran, that was part of the agreement to open up the Strait of Hormuz. No one was aggressing on them, and they decided to attack it out of the blue. The United States retaliates, saying, stop, don't do that. We blew up 10 different military installations, some of their mobile missile sites, some of their mobile drone sites. We took out some of their capabilities. And then Iran, the IRGC, decided to attack civilians. This is how much of a terrorist nation Iran is, how sick and twisted their government is. Again, this has nothing to do with the average person. The average person in Iran probably doesn't even know any of this has happened. They're in a news media blackout. They don't have access to the internet. They have no idea, other than whatever the government says, about what's going on. They don't know about this. And Iran, the government, decided to drop bombs on Bahrain. What does Bahrain have anything to do with anything? Nothing at all. You haven't heard about Bahrain. They have not fired a missile at Iran. They haven't put troops on the ground into Iran. They are not involved in this. And yet, Iran, the IRGC, because this is an act of terrorism, decided to go and drop missiles on the people, on the civilians in Bahrain. That's an act of terrorism, global terrorism. These people in Iran are bad guys. The Democrats will try to tell you, no, they're not really that bad. Then why are they dropping bombs on civilians that have nothing to do with the conflict? They could have attacked the United States military. That would be at least somewhat logical. No. They attacked another country that has nothing to do with this. So they attacked Bahrain, and they also attacked Kuwait. Again, a tiny nation that is not a threat to Iran, that is not bombing them, that has not put troops on the ground, that is not involved in this conflict. Why did Iran do that? Because they're terrorists. Because their government are terrorists. And the IRGC wants to kill everyone that doesn't bow down and comply. I don't know how you have peace with this. This is why we should have had a regime change. This is why the United States had a good, valid argument to take over. We should have totally destabilized that nation at the very least. But we didn't. There was enough pressure around the world, and mostly by the GOP here in the United States, afraid of losing the 2026 midterm elections. They bowed down. They lost what I call the political war, the war of unpopularity of wars, of conflict for the United States, the messaging of Orange Man bad on almost every media station in the United States, nonstop, 24/7 for the last 12 years. They counted on that and it won. Fine. But this is insane. What Iran is doing, the IRGC, is trying to revive an active war. Now, here's the question. And it's a very important question because we know the world is right now. And by the way, when I say it's the IRGC, as reported by The Guardian, the Iranian Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, has been on state-run TV saying that it's going to respond, that they are the ones involved. And many of the times when you have, and we've proven this over and over again in the last month, we have been able to show you over and over again. It is the IRGC. Every time you hear that Iran has a conflict with what Donald Trump has been saying or what the ceasefire deal is saying, it's because of the IRGC. The Ayatollah wants this to end. The mullahs want this to end, especially since they have such an advantage based on the memorandum of understanding. They want this deal to end, and they're golden. The IRGC wants absolute victory. They're never going to get that. And the world, including Jordan, the United Arab Emirates, and Italy, have all condemned Iran for attacking Kuwait and Bahrain, innocent countries and civilians that have nothing to do with this. So here's the question. Let's assume for a moment, and I don't think really anyone in the news media is talking about this, if the IRGC continues to assert its pressure on the current government of Iran, if they continue to push to get Iran into active warfare, essentially, it is the IRGC that is trying to have a coup. By the way, for Democrats who don't understand, this is what a coup looks like. It's not 300,000 people standing around in front of a building for a couple of hours on one day. This is what the IRGC is doing, is a coup, in my opinion, and that is actively subverting the government and engaging in war, trying to kill people, civilians, because of their ideology. That is a coup, not January 6th. There's a world of difference between the two. They're not even close to the same. But what does America do? Does Trump, and he has the politically, he has the power. Well, let me rephrase that. In terms of legally, Donald Trump has the right and the power to re-engage with Iran based on the actions of the IRGC and violating the ceasefire that America has agreed to. They can. And it is quite possible under the Unified Authorization of Military Forces and under the War Powers Act of 1973, Donald Trump has the right, just as did Obama, just as did President Bush, as many presidents have had, he has the right and the power to re-engage militarily with Iran. But that is unpopular. That would cause Republicans to lose the 2026 midterms, which, if you ask me, is more than worth the exchange. That's fine. I'd rather lose an election than allow terrorism to flourish in the world. I'd rather have global stability and more peace in the future than win an election. Because one, you can always win a different election. You can win back political power. You can't stop terrorism once it's grown and expanded. It's a virus. It's a poison on the world, and it doesn't just go away because you have another vote. That's not going to stop it. The more terrorism expands, the more it lasts, country after country. Just look at Burkina Faso. Just look at the Sudan. Ask them about it. And they'll tell you, it continues to expand. It encompasses everything. And then you have generations dealing with that terrorism as opposed to an election that in 2 years you can redo. That's my opinion on that. You may disagree. I'm happy to hear your voices. You can tell me, Mike, I don't think that's correct. Fantastic. Let's have that conversation. But does Donald Trump politically have the power to re-engage with Iran, or will Democrats sabotage this and strip or take away the power to deny the authorization of military forces and allow terrorism to take hold, to have more of a grip, and to lose even more of the power of the United States, to embarrass the United States even more, to fuel more terrorism, just as the Democrats did under the Obama-Biden administration. And thus we saw that then Secretary of State John Kerry on January 21st of 2016, as he said, the United States was funding global terror. That's how far the Democrats were willing to go. They were willing to fund global terror to make American citizens feel like they were safer. They weren't. It was worse of a situation, and the world suffered for it. But Democrats got to maintain more power, and they got to look like the good guys, even as they endangered the entire world. Does Donald Trump go down that same kind of path? That's a good question. I'm not sure that America could re-engage with Iran without massive revolt amongst the people. I'm talking about the independents, the libertarians. I'm talking about the democratic socialists, the Democrats themselves. They will rise up and they will scream bloody murder and say, no, 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 without understanding the consequences of saying, no, we will fight terrorism when terrorism asserts itself. I think they don't understand the consequences. Their aversion to defending, they call it non-interventionalism or pacifism. There's a lot of terms that people may apply to this, but their reluctance to stand up to terrorism on a global stage by a superpower enables worse things to happen in the future. They make it worse, not better. That's my opinion. But Bronner is a libertarian who disagrees with me. And Bronner says, you and I will never agree on this, Mike. The authorization of unified military forces and the War Powers Act simply bypass the Constitution you guys are always claiming is the law of the land. The ultimate law of the land is the Constitution. But there are laws that have been passed since the Constitution. Thousands of them, tens of thousands of additional laws. That is the rule of our nation. And I don't agree with every law that has ever been passed, but they are laws. There is a system to go and change that. Elect members of Congress, hold them accountable, see them pass legislation, and try and convince your neighbors, your friends to vote, to have those laws changed. That's the way the system works. And it is one of the best systems in the entire world. It is the most peaceful transitions of power and changes in power and policy that the world has ever seen. And that's how we do this. Does everyone like it? No, you don't have to like it. But it is the most peaceful, the most organized, and the most free system that exists in the world today. There has never been a better, more organized, more peaceful system in the history of mankind. And I understand libertarians like to dream of a world that doesn't exist, that has never existed, where there's a different path. But that's a wonderful theory. It sounds great on the books, but that's not reality. So I understand you disagree, and I respect that you disagree. And if one day we can get to that utopia that libertarians and other groups think of, then fantastic. I'll be happy to join you in that world if it ever comes. But that's not the world that exists, and that's not going to happen tomorrow. It's just not. Let me see. Bronner goes on to say, I was always told the way to change things and remain a constitutional republic, Congress needs to amend said constitution. That's not true. Now, I do know that some Thomas Jefferson, believed in a living, breathing constitution. In fact, he believed that every 20 years we should rewrite the entire constitution so that every generation would be re-engaged with the way our country is governed. I disagree with that. The Constitution is a very strict document which restricts the power of government, not the power of people. And I think it's an excellent document in and of itself. The problem isn't the Constitution. The problem isn't the structure, the infrastructure of our government, the elections that we have, whether it's we are a constitutional republic, and it's not a question about Congress and how Congress is formed, the Senate. It's not about electoral votes. The problem is apathy. The public are uninformed and uninvolved. When 6 out of 10 voters regularly are not involved in the election system, then it's not a problem about the government, it's a problem about the people. I've said this many times. If 8 out of 10 people voted in an election, whether it's a midterm or whether it's a presidential, if we had 8 out of 10 people voting, we would see dramatic change in the entire government. If we held politicians accountable, and when they screw up, when they don't do what they promised, when they turn out to be greedy or abusive, if we held them accountable and stripped them of power, then we'd have an entirely different government. But we don't. We have, because of the indoctrination in our education system, we have trained generations to be less and less involved, to pay attention to fewer and fewer details, and the result is a worse, more corrupt government. So the system is fine. It's the people, you and me and many others, rather I should say, those who are not involved. I'm very involved. And I know many people who are watching this program are very involved. But there's the other 80% of the population. They're not. They're checked out. They can tell you every single stat of their favorite baseball team, football team, NBA team. They can tell you about the life story of the housewives of wherever the hell. They can tell you about the 90-day fiance, who's a good match, who's a bad match. They can tell you all kinds of things. Intensely minute details about all of the frivolous distractions. But they can't tell you about anything that's going on. Many of them can't even tell you who's their congressman. That's a problem. Okay, Bronner goes on to say, and he goes, the Constitution is the limit to federal government. Yes, the Constitution is a negative document to the government. It encompasses the restrictions on government, not the people. The Constitution is not built to restrict people. That's the difference between the United States Constitution and the constitutions of other countries around the world. Other countries restrict people. The United States restricts government. So that is the big difference. How's that working out? We are the most free, the richest, the most comfortable, the most prosperous and strongest nation in the world. It's working out pretty good. We're at 250 years, and we are the superpower of the world. Whether people like that or not is immaterial. The fact is, we have millions of people. There are about 5,000 people a year who give up their American citizenship. There are, on average, at any moment, 2 million people legally waiting a decade to become American citizens. 2 million. That's not counting the millions of illegal aliens in America, somewhere around 50 million illegal aliens in America at this moment. So no other nation can boast that kind of result. No other civilization in history can boast that kind of desire to be part of one country as opposed to any other country on the face of the earth with every other ideology that exists in the world. No one's rushing, no one's running to get into China. There is no line to become part of Russia or the old Soviet Union or the current Russian government. No one's racing in the numbers to America to become part of Britain or Canada or Europe. Doesn't exist. It's working fantastic. America is the example. Could we make it even better? Yes. But to say that it isn't great as it is a lie. It is a lie often pushed by democratic socialists, progressives, and Democrats because they get political advantage out of it. It's part of the reason why in New York State, the GOP aren't trying to win, because it's powerful. It's very powerful to be number two, to poke fun at and to point at the number one, the leader, and say they're bad, they're terrible, they just screw up everything. There's no accountability in second place in American politics. In second place, you're not responsible. It's always the other guy, whoever's in charge. It's always their fault, not ours. And that's why in New York State, the GOP, the Republican Party, they don't try to win. They try to maintain second place because they can always say, and this is true, that for the last 60 years, Democrats have been in charge of New York State, and Democrats ruined the state. Every problem in New York State is a Democrat problem. None of it is because of Republicans, because Republicans haven't been in control for 60 years. And you can say this about Chicago. You can say it about LA. You can talk about Washington, D.C., Boston. You can point to a lot of places and where you see decades, if not a century, of Democratic control, and they have completely collapsed. They are failures. But in many of those places, Republicans aren't pointing, they're not trying to be in charge, because if you become in charge, then you become responsible for the problem, and you have to be responsible and accountable for fixing the problem. And some of these problems are unfixable. You can't fix some of the damage that has been done over literally 60 years, more than half a century. You can't fix, in some places, a century. You can't fix those problems. You can't just overnight wave a magic legislative wand and it all becomes better. It's just not possible. I know that's upsetting for some people, but it is. Okay, we have another comment here to see. Quote, but whether the Constitution really be one thing or another, this much is certain, that it has either authorized such a government as we have had or has been powerless to prove it. He goes on to say, in either case, it is unfit to exist. Lysander Spooner, no treason, Constitution, no authority. That's fantastic. I'm glad Lysander thinks that the Constitution has no validity. I think he's an idiot. You don't have to agree. I think the Constitution is the best thing that has ever existed. And show me another government that has a better government, that has a better Constitution. And a Constitution that in effect, because there's a difference between what's written on paper and what you do. But we are the only nation in the existence of history where we have a document that guarantees freedom, and the people have more freedom than any other country in the world. Is it perfect? No. There is nothing better. Nothing better. In the history of mankind, nothing better. Something that we got to remember for the 250th birthday of America. There is nothing better. If America fails, if we disappear off the face of the earth like Iran would like some of these democratic socialists would like, there is nothing better. Nothing. It has never existed. And it's not like people haven't tried to figure out better systems. They've come up with every idea. They keep trying to reinvent socialism constantly. Every generation says we're going to reinvent socialism. It never works. It's great on paper, doesn't work. There is nothing better. So to say that the Constitution, if Lysander Spooner wants to say, oh, the Constitution is not valid, well, he's an idiot. Mike Bowie's with us. Hello, Mike. And he says, why isn't the IRGC cited for war crimes? Because the IRGC is a part of the infrastructure of the Iranian government. And the Iranian government is cited for various war crimes, for being a terrorist sponsor, and for violating the rights of its people, crimes against women and so forth. That's why it has so many sanctions against it. I mean, this is part of why the deal is saying remove the sanctions, go into the UN. It forces the United States to go into the UN and try to remove sanctions against Iran for poisoning schoolgirls, for abusing women because you saw their hair, so you get to stone them to death, for throwing LGB and the entire alphabet, taking them and throwing them off of buildings or lighting them on fire. These are sanctions that Iran has earned over the decades since the Ayatollah has been in charge. There are many war crimes that they have been involved in, and they do suffer from them. So the IRGC, as part of the government, is cited for war crimes. But those war crimes are not separate because the IRGC, while it's an entity in the government, it is not an entity separate of the government of Iran. But like I said, at the moment, in my opinion, some would dispute that, but I think it's become apparent now that the IRGC is actively fighting whether it's political or it's active, it's unclear, but they are fighting for control of Iran. They still want the Ayatollah as a figurehead, kind of like King Charles is the figurehead, the leader of England, but really there's no common everyday power for the king. He is a figurehead. He is a spokesperson for the United Kingdom. In the same way, the IRGC is trying to turn the Ayatollah into a figurehead. Yes, the religious, spiritual leader of Iran, but the day-to-day operations of the government, the IRGC wants to be in control of that. They want to be the operational government as opposed to the Ayatollah. And that's why we're seeing this conflict, and this war has been, in part, we're fighting two different countries. We're fighting Iran with the Ayatollah and the mullahs and their spiritual objections to the world, and we're fighting the fanatical terrorist wing, the IRGC. We're fighting two different groups at the same time, under the same name, with the same banner and same weapons. It's a difficult thing to be in. Bronner says, well, Lysander Spooner is dead. I doubt if he cares if he thinks you're an idiot. Well, that's true. Fair enough. Has the Constitution limited our government? Yes. Yes, it has. If it didn't, we would be more akin to China or Germany or France. Our government would be the world would be entirely different. Yes, our government is restricted. Otherwise, it would be authoritarian. I know people feel like it's authoritarian. Go to the Soviet Union, go to Russia, live there for a year. Go to China, live there for a year. Go to most any country in the Middle East. Go to any country in Africa, any country in South America, Central America. Go to Cuba, live there for a year. The United States is restricted. They are a limited power. You compare America to every other country in the world. This is true. I don't think you would think Lysander Spooner, was an idiot if you were familiar with his stance on slavery, which was the time period he lived in. Okay? Lots of people oppose slavery. I got no problem with that. That's not an answer. Let's see. Hal says, "You want to experience authoritarian? Date my ex for a week." That's funny, Hal. That's funny. Although I have an ex who used to be one of the most powerful, the fourth most powerful property lawyer, commercial lawyer in New York State. And oh my God. Yeah, that talk about fire and water in that relationship. Yeah, that was a God, interesting woman. Arguments all the time. Oh my God, it was bad. I feel for you, Hal. I feel for you. So I left off there. Let me go back to, and again, for those who are thinking, Mike, but you're making too much of this. No, I want to be very clear. Iran attacked Bahrain and Kuwait. This is the AP, yet another source, because they're threatening them to shut down, because they are trying, Iran is trying to fearmonger the rest of the Middle East into giving Iran the entire Strait of Hormuz, to deny the international property of Oman, that their sovereignty is at risk. This is what Iran is trying to do. And that is just an action. This is like what we see with terrorism on a regular basis. Terrorism is forcing others to do something that they would never naturally do of their own free will or be convinced to do without the use of force, to compel them to do it. And this is something that's going on. Let's see. Kuwait's military said air defenses intercepted Iranian drones and missiles just after the U.S. strikes. Bahrain's interior minister said Iranian strikes damaged residential building near the international airport. Thankfully, no one was killed. In both of these attacks, no one was killed. They're attacking airports and civilian buildings. Civilian airports, civilian buildings. That's terrorism. This is why we're fighting those guys. Truly. But let me take a little bit of a different tack here, because we are talking about international news. I think this is kind of important. Almost every other news agency in the world ignored this. Very, very few people paid attention to this. So what you see is earlier this week, there was a plane that struck one of the biggest buildings in China, in Beijing. It's a 109-story building. Pretty big building. Kind of like the Empire State Building. Pretty huge. And one guy, in a small single-engine plane, drove right into the building. Crashed. Now, we don't have a lot of details because China is very censored and they allow very little information. Now, before the Chinese government had the opportunity, people did video, live stream, and present video of the crash, the result of the crash. Plane struck the building, crashed through a couple of windows, parts of the plane fell virtually 100 stories down to the ground. 13 people were injured. There was a small fire. The pilot dead. So we don't have a lot of answers, but that's the scenario we do have. Now, here's the thing. The airspace in Beijing is insanely well controlled. It's not something open to everyone. There's very limited access. And for this guy to suddenly swing in, well, there's three things. It could have been a plane malfunction, but based on reports, again, the reports that we have been able to receive from the Chinese government, that doesn't seem appropriate. The tracking, international tracking of his plane flight does not seem to indicate that he lost control and the plane was just wildly flying on its own and he just randomly happened to hit a building. No, it was targeted. He directed the plane, apparently, at what's called the China Zhun, Z-U-N, China Zhun building, and he purposefully hit the building. What his intention was is unclear, but he seemed to do this on purpose. Now, many people say, well, it was an attempt at suicide. Probably. That seems to be the most likely thing, is that he was trying to commit suicide. But the question I have is, was he trying to commit suicide because of his despair over the oppression of the Chinese government? Was this effectively a terror attack? Because the Chinese government doesn't ever, you'll never hear about this. This is kind of like no one ever attacked the Soviet Union. Terror attacks almost never happened with the Soviet Union. Why? Because the Soviet Union, their policy was go in, shoot everyone. Shoot everyone. Shoot the hostages, shoot the villains, and then sort it out afterwards. After everyone drops down, then find out who's alive and figure out who was the bad guy. That was the state opinion and procedure of the old Soviet Union. Chinese government's kind of the same. You don't get to hear about terrorism if it happens. And it is true, the culture of China isn't to have open revolt. They're much more peaceful. They would rather chant or talk about something online, try to be as anonymous as possible because they fear retribution from the authoritarian government of the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party. They fear that retribution and the social credit impact that they would receive. In other words, they would not be able to use any money. They wouldn't be able to buy anything. They'd starve to death because the Chinese Communist Party there'd be a backlash from the government. They would harm them directly. So we don't hear about a lot. I tend to believe that this was an act of suicide and terrorism. This was an act kind of like when we see monks that light themselves on fire. They self-immolate to make a protest, and it cost them their lives to make that protest, which is horrific, but that's the whole point. It is supposed to be horrific. It is supposed to be striking to you. It is meant to, by the cost of their humanity, it is meant to cause you to viscerally be engaged in their argument. Now, you may not agree with that. You may think that's a waste of human life. You may think that it's a not effective way to get a political message out there. That's something that you and I may agree on. But that there are individuals in this world, especially in Southeast Asia, that have a very different approach. They have a very different culture. And to them, and within that culture, it is one of the strongest comments you can possibly make. Now, I think this is similar in many ways to that self-immolation that this individual in China, depressed and oppressed by the Chinese Communist Party, seeing no future, no way out. He has no power. He has no ability or means to make any change whatsoever in his government. He can only simply be oppressed. That is communism. He could only be oppressed. He has no way of gaining any power to make any change on any level in his life. So he symbolically took his life. It wasn't enough to just end his life. He took his life by committing an act of terror to impress upon the government that something should change, that there should be a difference. Now, we don't know what the black box says, and we never will. We don't know if there was any kind of note left, and we never will. Whatever, this guy may have a complete manifesto explaining every single thing that he did that day and exactly what his reasoning was. You will never hear about it because the Chinese government will never tell the world. That's been scooped up and locked away, never to be seen by the public. But I would encourage the government of China to pay attention. There is a growing series of events of individuals harming others and killing themselves in China to protest the the lifestyle and the government. They are in their culture screaming. This is kind of their protest. This is kind of their outreach. It's very different than what we see here in the West. It's very different than America. This is nothing like, Antifa or the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as Plot. It's nothing like what we see with BLM. It's not like those kind of protests that are very much American-centric. It's not even like the protests that we see in, say, England right now, what's been happening in Ireland right now, in Belfast. It's very, very different, but they're a very different culture. It's not less screaming, though. This isn't an outreach saying that there is a problem. It is a different way of saying there is that problem. I think that's important. So I think this is amazing that not only did this happen, but that we got to hear about it. By the way, a lot of people may not be aware. This is the fourth time since 2000. It's rare. It is incredibly rare anywhere in the world for a plane to hit a skyscraper. That's a building over 100 stories tall, skyscrapers. It is incredibly rare for in any country around the world for a plane to hit a skyscraper by accident or on purpose. Since 2000, there's only been 4 times that any plane, has struck a skyscraper in the world, as is reported by internationally credible news media. Only 4 times. Twice it happened in New York. That was, of course, 9/11, and again in 2006. And it happened in Tampa to the Bank of America building, which was an act of terrorism. It was done in support of Al-Qaeda. That's what the terrorist, that was his note. That's what he said. Many people want to discount that. It was dismissed. It was glossed over by the mainstream news media. But that was in 2006. That was a kid, another youth, who was indoctrinated by our culture, by the left wing, and he decided to join Al-Qaeda and kill himself by crashing into the Bank of America building in 2006. And now there is this. This is the 4th time since in 26 years. This is only the 4th time this has ever happened. And the majority of the times that we see that a plane strikes a building, the second time in New York, by the way, was when a New York Yankees pitcher seemed to lose control of his plane in New York and hit a apartment building. No, there was no suicide note. He was perfectly fine. He was a New York Yankees pitcher. He was making lots of money. Everyone thought he was perfectly fine. All evidence seems to indicate that that second skyscraper in New York being struck was purely because of an accident. He was flying, tried to make a U-turn, flying over New York City airspace. He improperly made that turn. He was a relatively new pilot, had under 100 hours of a flight time, and it seems he struck a building. So 2 out of 3, it would seem that the majority of times, if a skyscraper is hit by a plane, regardless of the size, it tends to seem to be an act of terrorism. I think China is having that too. And as I said, this is a growing trend, not necessarily with planes, but that Chinese citizens of the communist nation are rising up and they are taking actions which wind up in their deaths to revolt against the oppression of China. This is a trend. I tell you, folks, pay attention. You may be surprised that this is going to be happening, and you will hear more about it. And again, there's almost no news. The Chinese government has shut this down. They do not want anyone talking about this. But the trend is there if you're paying attention to it. All right. Before I go further, let me take a moment because I see we've got John. Oh, Bronner mentioned that Spooner didn't merely oppose slavery, he told black folks to rise up and kill their masters. That's stupid. That would have been counterproductive. They'd have been killed. I know, I understand. It would have felt good, but they'd have all died. It wasn't like there weren't slave uprising and revolts throughout history. And the answer to those slave uprisings and revolts throughout history is kill the slaves. And that's what happened every time. It's not like America didn't have slave revolts. They did. They just got killed. Spooner is an idiot. It's counterproductive. It didn't work. So let's see. We've got a couple things here from, can I show this? No. Okay, so I've got some in, if you're on YouTube, I've got some, I don't know what these are. Flow state, power potion. We got emojis. John is putting emojis in the, I can't show them. Or I don't know how to show them. But we got a bunch of emojis from John R. A clapping seal, a power potion, a flow state. I don't know what that stuff is. I don't know what any of that stuff means. Let me show you. Can I show you this? Yeah, so you can see. We've got a flow state, a power potion, and a clapping seal, which you can see on the screen right now. They were all sent by John R. I don't know how you do it. It was from Jules. I don't know. I'm an old man. I don't know this new stuff. It's something on YouTube that you can send. You can send jewels or emojis or whatever. Cool. Thank you, John. Thank you for sending it. I don't know what it is, but seems cool. Thank you very much for that. Okay, let me move on. Again, if anyone has any question about any of the things I'm talking about, please ask. If you disagree, like Bronner, you too can say, well, Mike, I don't agree with you. I think that's wrong. Here's my reason why. Fantastic. Let's have that conversation. If you think that what happened in China was just an accident, maybe. I don't think so. Can you understand why I'm saying this? And if you look it up, you will see it's called something rage. Oh, God, I forget the term now. But there is actually a term for this because it is happening so often in China within the last 5 years that we are seeing this movement in China. That's why I believe this. And I forget the name of it. It's something rage. Oh, God. I usually have it on the side. I forgot to keep it and I didn't remember it. But here we go. So let me go on. There is something that moving more domestically, Pete Buttigieg is in the news. And it's not because Pete Buttigieg is the 2028 Democratic nominee. In fact, I didn't even think of bringing this up, but let me. All right. And bear with me a second here. I'm trying to find. Where is it? There it is. There we go. So Pete Buttigieg is in the news. Now, it's not because he's trying to win the Democratic primary. He is. But as you can see here, let me make that clear for you guys. Pete Buttigieg is kind of in third place. with 12.6% of Democrats looking at a potential Pete Buttigieg trying to be president of the United States. He's not doing very well, uh, and he isn't really polling well. The real debate is between Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom at this point. Um, there is, of course, AOC, who's at 11.1. She's in fourth place. I don't understand how. And not really a factor, but she's doing better than Cory Booker and J.B. Pritzker. But Pete Buttigieg isn't realistically a challenger at this time. But he is a name, and he's been trying to find ways to get his name into the public to get more attention from Democrats to try and get more support for his 2028 run. He thinks he could win. I don't think he can, but he thinks he can. But here's some news that he didn't want in the news. He didn't want this kind of attention. By the way, Pete Buttigieg is gay. I don't care. That's his lifestyle. He's a grown adult. I don't give a damn. But Pete Buttigieg is gay, and he has a partner who's also gay, a gay man. They're a male couple, and they adopted twins. They have children. Adopted children, obviously, because biologically they're a dead end, that's not an insult. It's a fact. If you're gay, then you cannot reproduce and you have a genetic dead wall. You're a dead end. You don't get to spread your genes. But he did legally adopt children, twins, and so he's raising a family. Whether you agree with that or not is a different issue. But that is where he stands. And he's trying to be the Democratic nominee. So Pete Buttigieg this week, this is reported as of the 26th, so 2 days ago, Friday, he was separated from his family. Child Protective Services, and this is important because this is what happens to anyone with a red flag action. This happens to regular American citizens on a daily basis in 18 different states and Washington, D.C. There are people who are being targeted and they are being abused by the system. And now Pete Buttigieg got a taste of that. And I don't think he's going to recognize how so many other Americans have to deal with the same thing, except they don't have the benefit of being Pete Buttigieg, being a Democrat of some significance. They're not getting stories about this. He is. As it turned out, this is swatting. That's when someone falsely calls in a crime so that the government, especially law enforcement, will act or react. And very often, the person who's starting this, the SWAT-er, is trying to hope that you will be injured by this police action. Very often you'll see that this has happened to people online, live streamers, podcasters like myself, especially in politics, where you'll see some insane, crazed leftist nutjob, almost always, will call in against a conservative like myself. And they will say, oh, I heard a woman screaming, or I saw them brandishing a gun, blah, blah, blah. So the police respond, and you saw this happened famously 3 or 4 times to Tim Pool. It happened on his live broadcast where someone knew his address, called in, said that there was someone with a gun brandishing a firearm. People were in danger while Tim Pool was live. The police arrived and they had to investigate the entire house, disrupting his life and trying to make him fearful and trying to shut Tim up. It didn't work. Tim Pool and the police, they are actively under investigation or investigating who did this. They believe they have that person. They're going to go through, and it's a crime to SWAT someone. But in that same vein, that has happened to many, many conservatives and Republicans and many, many gun owners because of red flag laws, Pete Buttigieg had it happen to himself. It appears, and I'm not condoning this, but I want you to understand that this isn't as unusual as the news media would like you to believe. Pete Buttigieg was at an event. Somebody, and this is how silly this is. This is how silly this can be. Where is it? The former Biden administration official said he was informed by a police officer and CPS worker that showed up, forensics, blah, blah. Okay, here it is. An anonymous caller contacted Child Protective Services. The caller said that he had spoken with a woman. So this is now third-hand information. Third-hand information. The caller said that he spoke to a woman who claimed to have met Pete Buttigieg at a conference several years ago. So not only is this third-hand, it is in the past. Met Pete Buttigieg at a conference several years ago in Alabama, a different state, where she said that Pete Buttigieg told her he committed unspeakable and violent crimes to his children. And the caller to CPS said, and I think he's still doing it. This is the least credible kind of argument you could possibly make. Now he's in Wisconsin, a bluer than blue Democrat state. Tim Walz is in charge there. And so you would obviously see, rather than people go, this is both third-hand belief based on an unknown individual in an entirely different state from multiple years in the past. There is no reason that you find that credible. There's nothing credible about that statement. But because Democrats believe in big government and government fixes everything, and anytime there's any type of problem, government must be sent in with the full force and weight of government, well, Pete Buttigieg got to find out how that feels for a regular average citizen. Because this happens to regular citizens, as I've explained already, multiple times. So Pete Buttigieg had to deal with police officers and CPS coming to his own, investigating him, talking to his children, separating him from his family for at least 24 hours before they dismissed the charges. Now, Pete Buttigieg is not upset at the police officers or CPS, and he shouldn't be. And I'm not upset with the police officers or CPS. There's no reason to be. They did their job. And if there was a problem, I would damn sure want them to highlight that problem and to get those kids to safety. Simple enough. They didn't find anything to extend the separation. And it was the right thing. As you're investigating, and this is about the protection of children, then yes, you separate the potential danger as you do your investigation. I got no problem with that part. It's why this happened. Look, I am no fan of Pete Buttigieg. I think he's going to lose. I thought he was terrible in politics previously. I thought he was horrible in the Biden administration, which was a position he got in transportation purely because he was being bought off. Pete Buttigieg has no moral integrity. He absolutely failed the people of East Palestine, Ohio, and caused those people to suffer for decades, possibly generationally, because of his failure at the Department of Transportation. He is ambitious for political power for the sake of having power, and I fear that he would ever get into elected office of any significance going forward. Absolutely. With all of that said, he didn't deserve what happened to him. That was wrong. That should not have happened to him. He should not have been swatted. He should not be, his family should not be put through this simply because Pete Buttigieg is a Democrat and he's looking for bigger to get the presidential nod, that he's looking to win an election. That's not how we deal with our opponents in America. Now, some people will go, well, those Republicans or it's MAGA. It might have been a Democrat. Remember, Pete Buttigieg right now is in third place. There are absolutely Democratic socialists who are supporting AOC because they're stupid and because they're captivated and they're simps for AOC. And they saw the same polling data that I see and see that, oh no, Pete Buttigieg has got a leg up on AOC. We've got to get rid of her competition. They would do this to her. This might have been done by Democrats for a lot of reasons, but in particular, there's one right there. Could have been done by the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, to try and get rid of the competition for AOC, to give AOC a better chance at winning. So it could have been that. It could have been someone who hates gay people. Could have been someone who doesn't like Democrats. It could have been a lot of things. We don't know who did it. The problem is that it happened. And this should be bigger news. Not because, oh, Pete Buttigieg is like, oh my God, you involved my family. Well, I agree. Attacking the family of a politician is wrong. I agree with them. Families have traditionally been off limits as long as they stay out of politics. So when people attack Michelle Obama is a political figure. She brought herself into politics. She jumped in with both feet, just like Hillary Clinton, jumped in with both feet, just like Chelsea Clinton. She jumped into the political pool. When you become a political figure and you're involved in national politics or statewide politics, when you volunteer to be a public figure, then you get publicly attacked. Fair enough. That's the game. That's what we all deal with. I deal with it too. I'm a statewide figure. Maybe small, still all the same. I'm a public figure, have been for 20 years. So there are certain things I have to live with as a consequence of that. That's the risk. That's the game of being involved in politics. But at the same time, family should never be involved. They didn't make that choice. Children, especially, most of all, didn't make that choice. Those kids he adopted didn't pick him. They were babies. They didn't have a choice about who picked who would be their parents. They didn't have a voice in that. They didn't have a choice in that. They haven't known any better. I don't blame the children for their parents. I don't blame the children for what the parents do. The parents are adults. Pete Buttigieg is an adult. Children have nothing to do with it. I want those kids to grow up as balanced as is possible, growing up with a Democrat as a parent, with a national Democratic figure as your parent. I want those kids to be as normal as possible, not to turn out like Will Smith's kids, but, more like someone in the middle of America's kids. Is that likely? No, but I would want that for them. I would hope that they would understand there's only two genders, and whatever their sexual preferences are, I don't care. That's on them. I just want them to be healthy, productive American citizens. This shouldn't happen to them. So I do want to say, not because I support Pete Buttigieg, because I absolutely don't. And it's not because of Pete Buttigieg being gay, which I don't care. And it's not about his political stance or his competition with AOC. This should never happen. This has happened once, and the mainstream media should be talking about it, and they should be talking about it in the way I am talking about it. This isn't a left-right thing. This isn't an anti-gay thing. This isn't anything other than don't attack the children. Don't attack the family. You want to go after Pete Buttigieg, and you want to say that he's a horrible human being, fantastic, make that argument. You want to say that his policies are stupid, which I have done many times. And you want to say that he failed the American people, like in East Palestine. I'm right there with you. I've made that argument as well. But that's got nothing to do with his kids. That's got nothing to do with his family. They're not in politics. They haven't made that choice. The children don't even have the ability to make that choice. We, as Americans, regardless of what your political preference is, regardless of what your outlook is, regardless of your religious beliefs or anything else, we are above that as a nation. This should never happen, and we should condemn. And I hope whoever did this gets caught as quickly as possible and has the biggest, whatever the maximum for the charges is, should be thrown against them. Not because I support Democrats or progressives or socialism. No, absolutely not. Not because I think Pete Buttigieg is a good politician. He's crap. He's horrible. Because you went after his family. And that's wrong. That is wrong. He has a family. Those kids rely on him as the mom or dad or whatever the hell he is. Whatever he is to them. He's one of their parents. He's one of the gestating parents. Or, excuse me, the non-gestating parents. And those kids, I am sure, love Pete Buttigieg. And they deserve to have him around. This is wrong. It should be called out. If anyone wants to disagree with me on that, please, you give me I want to hear a damn good argument on that. Because there isn't one. There just isn't one. It's wrong, and we should just say it's wrong. And I've explained why. So I'll move on from that. Oh, wait a minute. We got a couple of comments here. Give me a second. Let me go back and check out. We got a couple of comments. They're not emojis. John put in a bunch of emojis. Okay. So, Bronner says, I've known many people who disagree with Lysander Spooner's philosophy, but I'm the first person to call him an idiot and stupid because his philosophy is stupid. From what you've described, I don't know Spooner. I don't know his philosophy. I don't know his ideology. But from what you've explained to me, he's stupid. Or rather, his positions are stupid. They're unrealistic. They don't function in reality. He may be a wonderful idealist. He may be a philosopher, whether it's political philosophy or otherwise. Fantastic, but makes no sense. Hal says, what? There's a Buttigieg? Buttigieg is, actually, I thought that is the proper way to pronounce his name. Buttigieg. I'm not familiar of others. It's not Buttigieg. I mean, it's Buttigieg. I have used that same pronunciation of his name, and as far as I know, it's correct for years. Hal goes on to say, this far out, just name recognition for a poll like this, too far out to put much weight in it. I'm not putting much weight in it, but it is giving us an indication of who are candidates. Realistically, the top 5 people are realistically the names that people are gravitating to at this moment. J.B. Pritzker, Josh Shapiro aren't on anyone's radar. People don't see them even tangentially as presidential and or nominees. Now, that could change. They could spend, they're both, J.B. Pritzker is a billionaire. He could spend $100 million on a national campaign to raise awareness about who he is, which is a corrupt politician for Illinois. And maybe that helps him, maybe not. And maybe he gets better in the polling going down the road. But at this moment, this is what we're looking at. Again, I'm not saying that AOC can't poll better. Well, no, I am saying she won't poll better because she's an idiot and her policies make no sense. She's a personality. She's a celebrity. She's not really a politician. But that is where these things stand at the moment. Again, that's real clear politics. If you don't like their They're polling. That's the polling that's out there. Let me see here. Bronner says that he can't stand Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom, but at least Gavin Newsom can communicate. True. Very correct there. Gavin Newsom, as much as I dislike Gavin Newsom, he is articulate and he is charismatic. I give him that. Sadly, he's also inaccurate. He's challenged by facts. He is corrupt as hell, and he is driven by ambition for power more than anything else. But there is that. Bronner says, I won't cry over Pete being separated from his family for 24 hours. It's not the amount of time. It's the fact that it was done, because there's something inherently wrong about that for the reason that it was done. Not that, it's not that he went through the process. And normal people, God, they suffer far, far worse. But the fact that he got a taste of that is good. Most normal people who encounter CPS lose their children for weeks, months, and often even years on even because of baseless charges. That's true. If it were you or me, they'd haul the kids away, and regardless of whatever came out of the interview with CPS, you wouldn't see your kids again for at least a month. That's true. There is a bias in favor of Pete Buttigieg because he's a Democrat of note, but at least, again, he got to see a taste of that. But again, I do not condone what happened to him and his family. Hal says, I thought you mispronounced names on purpose, like you pronounce Holtrell. Some names I just get wrong. I'm a human being. If I'm mispronouncing Buttigieg's name, then I'm getting it wrong. There are some people like Kamala Harris. I know everyone says it's Kamala. I could care less because I don't respect her. So there are some people who I just don't respect, and I don't care if I get their name wrong. That's true. But Buttigieg, no, that's actually what I thought his name is supposed to sound like, but maybe I'm wrong. And Bronner says that, yeah, what happened to Buttigieg in this case is wrong. That's true. All right. We've been going, really, it's only an hour and a half. My dog is screaming because he wants to go outside. You heard one of my family members mention that my dog is screaming at him to go out, which is weird because it's like 82 degrees, humid, and we literally just went out half an hour before the show started. But he's a 15-year-old dog and he's making noise. So fine. I was going to, and just to give you a hint of what's coming up next is, that's right, we're going to be talking about Virginia and the assault ban, the assault weapons, the gun ban in Virginia. That's going to be coming up shortly. And I know that I've gotten questions about that from Bronner. I know there are several people who are interested about what the hell's going on in Virginia. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Is there a ban? Isn't there a ban? What's being banned? Why is it being banned? We're going to try and answer a few of those things to make more sense. But I am going to take a quick break to walk my dog. It's a little earlier than what we usually do, but it'll be 45 minutes. We'll be coming back, so that means we'll be back at 4:45, 4:50, 4:45, 4:50, and then we'll pick up where I'm leaving off right now. So I'm just going to play a conversation I had at the beginning of the year with a good friend of mine, Matthew J. I was on the Matthew J show. It's mostly on X. He loves to do a lightning round, 2 hours of questions that I have no idea about. He doesn't give me any prep at all. Literally, I walk in, he turns on the camera and goes, okay, Mike, you ready to go? And we go. And he just asked me questions about anything and everything that is on Matthew J's mind at that time. And so we wind up talking about the future quite a bit, and a lot of questions about what's coming up. And what you will see in just a moment is exactly that. So this was in February of 2026. We're going to be talking about what happens with Iran. We're going to be talking about the economy, inflation. There's a few things that we're going to be talking about. And I want you to judge me from February, what I said in February, and how well did I understand the situation today. So that'll be for you guys. Let me go.
And welcome to another episode of the Mike Matthew J Show. I was saying Michael Voss Show, kind of the same thing. It's great that Michael is back on with us. We got so much to discuss tonight. Michael, what is happening up there in New York City?
Oh, things have been getting crazy. It seems that the predictions that we were making about Zoran Mandami, sadly, they've actually come true. And that's having a very big impact on everything in New York. And it's setting a stage that we're seeing in Texas, that we're seeing across this country. And that trend is pretty negative. And I think it's long-term negative. So that's going to be interesting. And I'm sure you'll have some questions about that, and we'll go into it during the show. That's one of the big things. And of course, we've got Kathy Hochul going for her reelection. That's been interesting, to say the least. There's a couple of candidates in places no one would expect them to be. Elise Stefanik is no longer in the race because she was going to lose, but she's been replaced. And that is causing a bit of a scandal in and of itself. Again, you probably will ask about it. We'll talk about it a little bit somewhere down the line because, folks, as always, Matthew has told me absolutely zero about what we're going to talk about, which is fine. I actually like that. I actually prefer that. But so it's going to be brand new. You're going to hear the question. It's going to be the first time I'm hearing it, and I'll answer it, and then we'll go from there. But I'm pretty sure these may be a couple things you're going to be talking about. I know I've been talking about them.
Michael, we're going to be getting into a lot of New York City and New York politics quicker than you can imagine. I do want to welcome aboard all our X Live viewers. We're working on some technical things here, but I'm glad X is now with us, along with YouTube and Rumble Live as well. And of course, Michael Voss live from New York City. Michael, listen, I don't want to hit you over the head as soon as we start, but I have to ask you about this. I just read literally before we came on from Right Angle News Network. It stated drug tents are now popping up all across New York City with drugs being sold openly, prices boldly displayed, and police doing nothing. Do you know anything about that, Michael?
No, that's a new development. It's another problem with Zoran Mandami. Zoran is being the socialist that we were afraid he was going to be. And his socialist policies are destroying segments of the city as we expected it to be. He's been responsible for about 23 to 25 people that have died.
Wow.
Almost 18 of them have been homeless. 7 others were in housing, but they couldn't afford to have the heat. So he's killed a lot of people. Mind you, under any other mayor that's Republican or Democrat, and any given year, we have at a maximum about 15 people, homeless usually, that die during the winter season in New York State. 15 in a year. Mandami's done 18 in 1 month.
Michael, can you clarify? I know you're going to be getting here. Why exactly this has happened? Is he refusing to close down these tent cities, or why the high number of homeless people dying?
Well, he made it very clear on day one. He was going to allow the homeless to live in parks and under bridges. No other mayor has done that because it's a death sentence. And every other mayor was logical enough that no matter what their policies may be, they knew if you leave homeless people out in the park with 10 inches of snow in minus 15-degree weather, people are going to die. If they're under a bridge in that same condition, they're going to die. And somehow Mandami couldn't figure out that would be the consequence of his policy. And so people died. And that's terrifying to me. Besides the fact that his snow removal, New York. Wait. Don't go away, folks. Don't go away. Wait a second. Change of plan. Give me a second. Give me a second. All right. Give me a moment. Okay. Change of plan. Change of plan. My sister got it wrong. My dog is fine. He wanted to see me. He doesn't want to go out yet. I was like, it's an hour early. Why would he want to go out now? And we just went out before the show. So he didn't. So false alarm with my dog. Good news there. So we are back. We're back already. Hang on a second. Whoop. Just sending out a message to all the different platforms so people can know that was a false alarm with my dog. We are back. And let me see. Okay, so I think everybody's back. Let's pick back up. I was going to talk about Virginia and the weapons. Okay, so let's go back to that. Glad I didn't lose anybody. It looks like the audience was all still here. You hear Matthew, and when we actually take the break, then we'll go and I'll let you hear the whole thing with Matthew. But so this was something that Bronner had been asking about the Second Amendment and the nonsense in Virginia. Now, in Virginia, Spanberger, the Virginia governor, she just got elected along with, that was last year. She got elected at the same time that Zoran Mandami did. And we saw a big movement towards the radical left. Here's something that I've noticed. Democrats, when Democrats have a policy and it fails, Democrat voters go further left. So the first thing that Democrats always try to do is they ask for more money and more time for whatever policy that fails. Every time without any question anywhere in the nation. Here's a Democratic policy. It failed. Throw more money at it. Give it more time. And Democrats think that magically that will change everything. And now a failed program will win because you threw money at it and you waited a little bit longer. Never works. But that is the policy. That is the process. And then when it's absolutely dead, when you've already wasted hundreds of millions of dollars, when you've wasted a decade or more of time, when there is no hope for whatever idea it is to actually work, then Democrats hold politicians accountable by going even further left. They go more into socialism, more into progressivism, and more into communism each and every time. That's how we see that Zoran Mandami won. The Democrats were pissed off with Eric Adams. They were pissed off with Kathy Hochul. They were pissed off with Andrew Cuomo. So they went even further left and voted for Zoran Mandami. And we see this across the country. This is not a new trend. When rank and file Democrats get upset, they go further left. And those who are further left, the progressives, the Democratic Socialists, they always promise the same thing. This time, it's entirely different. This time, they have the solution that no other Democrat has ever figured out before, which is spend more money. Spend more of someone else's money. It was kind of like Elizabeth Warren. What was her answer to all of the Democrats? Elon Musk becomes a trillionaire, and her answer was, hey, I know what. Even though Elon Musk created 4,400 millionaires, and the policies of Elizabeth Warren and the Democratic Party created no millionaires. Their policies actually stop people from becoming millionaires. They're actually a roadblock in success in terms of business or life in general. So her answer was, since she has failed, her answer is, well, let's take Elon's money. How does that help anyone? Well, we're going to take his money and we're going to spend it on the programs that haven't worked. But now we're spending more money and we'll just wait more time, and this time they'll work. That's what Elizabeth Warren said about Elon Musk. That's what the entire Democratic Party was saying about Elon Musk. Take his money and we'll spend it just like we're spending your money, and we'll wait a little while, and then it'll work this time because it's Elon's money and your money. Instead of just being your money, it's Elon Musk's money as well as your money. So this time it's absolutely going to work. It's still a failed policy, still a failed idea, still doesn't work, doesn't matter. So in Virginia in 2025, they elected Spammer as their governor, and she is an idiot. And she's a liar. She lied to the public. She came off, I'm a moderate, kind of like Zoran Mandami to a certain extent, said, oh, no. I'm not this radical Democrat. I'm not this radical progressive socialist. I'm a moderate. I'm right there, just like everyone else. No, she's a progressive nut job. And we see it. She said she believed in the Second Amendment. She's a liar. Immediately, as soon as she got in, she decided that she was going to create a gun ban. Now, the left love to call it an assault weapons ban, which is a lie, because this has nothing to do with assault weapons. There are no assault weapons actually being banned. If you want to have a machine gun in Virginia, you can still get a machine gun in Virginia. If you want to get a tank in Virginia, you can still get a tank in Virginia. And there are people in Virginia at this moment, tens of thousands of American citizens in Virginia own machine guns. They own tanks. They own flamethrowers. They own rocket launchers. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of Virginians have all of these weapons of war, actual weapons used by the United States military in recent wars are owned by Virginians right now. Those are assault weapons. What Democrats in Virginia are talking about right now are guns, just regular guns, not handguns, regular rifles. That's what they're talking about, rifles. They don't like rifles. They don't like banana clip magazines. And anyone who's been in the military, anyone who's familiar with firearms, you know what a banana clip is. It's like a 30 round magazine. It's got a little bit of a curve to it. If you've seen most any action movie that has guns in it, you'll see that they have a banana clip. It's that curved magazine that holds the bullets in it. That's a magazine. Okay. So the banana magazine, boom, there you go. She hates that. Why? No godly reason on earth other than to leave you defenseless, to leave women defenseless, so that you are begging for the government to protect you. That's why. They want to take away your ability to defend yourself, your family, and your property, so that you have to beg for the government to do it. And the government will, of course, take care of you as long as you made that vote and you voted for the right person. If you didn't vote for the right person, well, maybe not so much. Kind of like when there was the flood relief in the Carolinas under the Biden administration. And FEMA was picking and choosing people based on how they voted for Democrats or not, on whether they were going to immediately try and help people. All the Republicans and areas where Republicans were, they were on the back burner. FEMA didn't want to help them. They were helping the Democrats instead, which is complete bias. It is abuse of political power, and it is crime. It's criminal, and it's despicable. But that's how Democrats roll. That's their game plan. That's what they do, because that's what they did. It's not a question of if it happened. It did happen. This is what they did. Okay. So Virginia. In Virginia, the governor immediately says, okay, I'm going to ban assault weapons, rifles, and 15-round magazines or anything that's bigger than that, because that's what's killing people. Yeah, so when the woman in the Bronx that I was talking about 2 weeks ago, woman shot herself in the leg and she died. She bled out and died. Yeah, that's because of assault weapons somehow. She died because of a 15-round magazine. No, of course not. That's stupid. Has nothing to do with it. But Democrats want you to think, well, they're the same thing. No, they're not. Have nothing to do with each other. It's stupid to even make that argument. But Virginia's governor is stupid. So she tried to say, and by the way, that's the 15-round or 30-round magazine that we're talking about. And this is one of the scary, spooky, deadly assault weapons. It's a rifle. It just happens to be black and metallic. Big deal. Oh my God, that's so scary. That's someone who's never actually held a rifle in their life. So she decided that if a firearm, if a rifle, if she didn't like the look, the name, or the manufacturer of the firearm, that they were banned. You could not have them. You cannot buy them. Cannot bring them into Virginia. You can't own them. It's a crime to own it, to ship it, to sell it, to give it to your family. It's a crime. How dare you? 15-round magazine is a crime. To own it, to sell it, to give it to your family members, it cannot be there. Period. Full stop. Done. Which is a violation of the Second Amendment. Shall not infringe. You have a right to own that rifle. Absolutely. And she can't federally, she can't block it. But she's trying to say that in Virginia, the state law has additional restrictions on top of the Second Amendment. Now, it is possible for a state government to have more restrictions than just the federal government. But the federal law is more important than the state law. So if federal law if you were to have a judgment, go to court and say, okay, I have a Desert Eagle, which is a handgun. I have a Desert Eagle. But in my state, Desert Eagles are illegal. But in the federal government, Desert Eagles are legal. You would have the right to have you would have a federal right to own that handgun. The state can't prevent it. Unless there's something else besides owning the Desert Eagle that they are preventing. They can't prevent you from owning the Desert Eagle. They would prevent you from having a magazine that holds 16 rounds. They would prevent you from being able to get bullets for that firearm. You couldn't make modifications to that bullet. That would be kind of the difference. The state law can't override. They can't say, if the federal government says this is legal, the state can't say that's illegal. What they can say is, oh, but here's something different that is illegal, which isn't quite the thing that the federal government said. And that's kind of the game that they're playing. So the argument, according to the Virginia and Virginia Democrats, is that these firearms, that semi-automatic rifles, are military weapons, and the Constitution, the state constitution of Virginia, does not allow citizens of Virginia to own weapons of the military. Virginia owns the militia. The militia is the Second Amendment. And Virginia does not allow militia, the public, to have military weapons. You can have other weapons. You can't have the weapons that are in the military, which is stupid. It's stupid on multiple levels, because even by that logic, and I'll explain it again, Virginia sees the Second Amendment. The militia is an organization under the control of the governor of Virginia. That's how the state sees it. So the public are militia, but the militia are under the control of the governor. The governor has decided that the militia, the public, cannot have military grade weapons. If it's in the military, you can't have it. So you can't have an Apache helicopter. You may be able to own a helicopter, but you can't own an Apache helicopter because that is a current military grade weapon. Therefore, you can't have that, but you could have a helicopter. That's the argument being made by Virginia, which is just crap. It's a stupid idea. The fact is, in Virginia, they don't live up to that, because you can have an M1 Garand. That is a military grade, made for the military rifle. You can own that under the same law, the same ban in Virginia that says you can't have a military grade weapon, but you can have an M1 Garand, which is a military grade rifle. So the law isn't consistent. It doesn't make sense. It's illegal, because they're picking and choosing what they personally they have a preference on the look and the design, not the function, nor the actual historical record. So they're just picking things that go, that looks scary. I saw that in a movie once. It's got to be illegal. I saw that Arnold Schwarzenegger posed with that firearm one time. That's got to be illegal. That's what they're thinking of. That's their reasoning. It is as simple as that. Was it in a movie? It's illegal. Mind you, handguns, not on this list. The 1911, otherwise known as a .45 revolver, well, that's a military weapon. They're not trying to stop you from having a .45 caliber handgun, but it's a military grade weapon. But they're perfectly fine with you having it, which makes no sense. Their logic doesn't work. And it's obvious that they aren't trying to protect the public. They're trying to enforce their feelings. They don't like certain handguns, rifles, and certain magazines. They don't like that you have them. They want you to beg for the government to protect you. They don't want you to protect yourself. Therefore, they will punish you for doing something they don't like, something that the Democrats in Virginia don't like. You must be punished for that. That is the only logic. That is the only reasoning behind their bill. They will say it's to public safety, public health, which is stupid. A rifle has nothing to do with public health. You can make the argument it's about public safety, but it's a bad argument. But they say it's about health, because everything's about health, because healthcare, everyone deserves healthcare, blah, blah, blah. It's just a stupid leftist argument. But this is the argument as it's being posed. So I want you to understand the argument and understand the flaws in the argument. And there are a lot of flaws in their argument, but these are the biggest and the most obvious ones. It is not consistent. It doesn't make sense. It is based on preference and feeling, not fact or function. Because it is not factual or it is not consistent or factual, a judge in Virginia said this isn't going to happen. Because what was going to happen is that this was going to become law on July 1st. On the 25th, Thursday, the Virginia court said, nope, not going to happen. By the way, Democrat judge. Yes, Democrat governor, Democrat judge. The Democrat judge said, this makes no sense. This is unconstitutional. Even for the state of Virginia, in Virginia's state constitution, it's still illegal. You can't do this. Now, the way that the law has to be done is there's an individual, his name is Crump. There are several organizations, but the organizations, the NRA, the Gun Owners of America, GOA, and others cannot sue by themselves. They were the ones who wanted to sue, and there's a couple of other laws that they want to sue about. They can't in Virginia. It has to be a person who is being denied a right. Then they have what's called standing. They are being affected directly by this. Therefore, they get to make the lawsuit. The NRA, the GOA get to come in to support that argument of that person. In this case, the person is Crump. So that's why you'll see this is a case of Crump versus the state. And it's the GAOA and the NRA and other organizations are there supporting them. They're not the ones leading the charge, even though they kind of are. Because it must be a person who is suffering for this to go forward, not an organization. I hope that makes sense as well. Article 1 in Virginia's Constitution as of 1971, it says, Article 1, Section 13 is the Commonwealth's recognition of the pre-existing right. This is a wordy way, a legal way of saying you have an inherent right. You are born with this right, with which Virginians are endowed by their creator. You are born with this unalienable right. It's just rewording that line from the Constitution. And it operates as a fixed limitation on the power of government to enact legislation affecting firearms. That's the argument. I have a right by birth from God that I get to defend myself. And I can defend myself with firearms. Period. Full stop. That isn't an argument in England. In England, you can't. As of the 1300s, I think it was 1305, something like that. The English people in the United Kingdom, they lost the right to defend themselves. They have a right given by government, by the king. And the king gives them the right to own a firearm, or doesn't. In the United States, God gave you the right, and only God can take it from you, supposedly. So that's the argument that's being made here. Now, Virginia tried its best to try and find a way around all this. They tried to say this has nothing to do with the Constitution. It has nothing to do with the Second Amendment. It doesn't have anything to do with Bruin, New York State Rifle and Pistol versus Bruin, the Bruin decision. It's got nothing to do with that. It's completely different, except it's exactly the same thing. This has already been through the courts. It has already been decided, and the decision went against Democrats, against the anti-Second Amendment view. Now, one of the arguments, according to the state of Virginia, their argument was, Well, this Bruin and the Second Amendment does not apply because these aren't common weapons, quote unquote, common, which means many people own them. This is normal. If you go out and get this rifle, say an AR-15, is that a common weapon? Do people have that? Do they hunt with that? Is it considered a regular old rifle? The answer is yes. Well over 5 million AR-15s are owned by gun owners across America. More than. That is common. It is not unusual. It is not rare. It is not unique. Even though that is the civilian version of a military firearm, but it's civilian. So it's the argument saying, well, only you can't have a military weapon. This isn't the military version. This is a civilian version. Well, you still can't own it because it's uncommon. It's unusual. And so it poses a greater risk, except it isn't uncommon. It isn't unusual. In fact, none of the rifles on the gun ban list are uncommon. They're all semi-automatic rifles firing roughly the same type of round. They are very common in the United States and around the world. These are well-known, often owned firearms. So that argument also fails. That was one of the arguments that people get confused on. What do you mean common? Is it popular? Do people own it? Do people in the United States, do people in Virginia, do people around the world, do they own this firearm, or is this exclusively something held by the military, like a mini Vulcan? If you have a 50 round, twin 50 cal machine guns, that would be something that's usually emplaced fine, but that's not common. That's something you would find in the military, and it would be part of a bunker or on a ship in the Navy. It's not something a common person would have in their backyard. Twin length 50 cals. That's just not normal. Okay, that would be uncommon. But having a rifle that fires a 50 caliber bullet, that isn't uncommon, and that isn't unusual, and that isn't restricted to the military, as an example. I'm trying to find an example for you. So they are exceedingly different. They're trying to pick through and trying to find a way to justify this law. Every one of their excuses falls flat. None of them are consistent. None of them are realistic. None of them reflect reality. By the way, I do recommend Courthouse News Service. This is their reporting, and they went through this in great detail. The state has tried everything. They have tried to overwhelm the court with just hundreds and hundreds of pages of reports that say nothing. Nothing more than what I'm saying right now. They've tried to say, well, this is a health hazard. I don't know how. If my neighbor has an AR-15, I am not going to be stricken with cancer. I am not going to suddenly get a heart attack. I am not suddenly going to have high blood pressure. It doesn't work. It's not a health hazard. You may want to think of it as a health hazard because you don't like the Second Amendment, but that isn't reality. There is no allergic reaction. Your body is not suddenly going to have some kind of medical emergency because you touched or you saw a rifle. Just not realistic. It's not a health hazard. Again, every argument being offered by the state is specious at best. It is just imaginary. It's a figment of the imagination of Democrats who don't like the Second Amendment, who want you to be defenseless and therefore dependent on the government. And if you vote for the wrong person, the government won't protect you. It is a scam. It is coercion to force you to vote for one party to be able to defend yourself because you have no other way and no other choice to defend your life. And the judge, the Virginia Democrat judge, looked at this and said, this is crap. None of it legally makes any sense. None of this factually makes any sense. This is unconstitutional on its face, both for the Second Amendment and for the state of Virginia, which are two different arguments. And even within the state of Virginia, the argument doesn't make sense. We're not doing this. So he froze. They had a stay, which means that the law hasn't been rejected outright. That is a different group of judges will make that decision. The argument on that has yet to be fully done. But what he will do is prevent the government from punishing the people of Virginia for daring to own something that the governor and Democrats don't like. And that's going to last until December of 2026. Either there will be a formal decision by the Supreme Court on this, or December 2026 will come. Whichever one happens first, then that will be lifted. The stay will be lifted, and the government will have to, the Virginian government will have to react based on the decision by the courts, or they'll be able to enact the law at that point. It's one or the other, whichever happens first. I hope that makes more sense. So essentially, right now, the state of Virginia, the governor of Virginia, is trying to find an argument that makes legal sense to justify her feeling and the feeling of Democrats that they don't like rifles. They don't like the rifle you own, and they want you to be defenseless. You have to beg the government to protect you. And if you don't like the government won't protect you. If you don't vote for the right people, you won't get protected. This is coercion on a government level. This is completely abusive, and in my mind, completely abuse of power. That's how I see this. But this is the legal argument. Does this make sense to you? Bronner, in particular, you were the one asking about this. I want to make sure, is this making sense? Do you understand what is going on? So Bronner says, historically, the governor can sign a ban, such as a weapons ban. Then it is incumbent on the defense to get the law overturned. Essentially, yes, but so the governor is signing a law, the ban, but that law can be challenged in court, as always. Just because the governor signs it doesn't mean it's constitutional or that it is correct. You still get to make an argument against it. And so that is what happened. And if the courts look at that law, and that's what the Supreme Court is there for. That's what the courts are for. You can make any law you want. Doesn't matter what the law is. If you get enough politicians, you can make a law for anything. Like in New York State, Alex Borres, he was running for the New York 12th district. He lost, like I predicted, exactly like I predicted. But Alex Borres, along with Gavin Newsom and some politicians in Wisconsin, they said, well, it's legal for the government to take 100%, to tax you 100% and take your money and property. That's what he said. He thought it's perfectly fine. I don't like you. I don't like how you made your money. So New York State should have the power to take your stuff 100%. And he thought that was legal. It was a gimmick. It was a way to try and get him votes, just like Gavin Newsom's doing it, trying to do it in California. It's because it's a gimmick. He needs something to get votes, to get popularity. Same reason in Wisconsin why they're considering it, because they need votes, they need popularity. Their states are all screwed up. And what we are seeing is it doesn't work. It gets shot down because it's unconstitutional. It is unrealistic. But you could pass the law, then the courts will say, as soon as someone challenges it, the courts will say, well, yeah, but it's blatantly, absolutely unconstitutional. The government cannot steal 100% of your stuff. You cannot tax someone 100%, especially because you just don't like them. You can't do that. That's not legal. That's not something that can be done. Okay, so Bronner goes on to say, in the meantime, the law is still in effect. It is not in effect. As of the 25th, it is not in effect. It wasn't going to become effective until July 1st. People were reacting to it becoming law. They were acting ahead of time. They were aware of the law, and they were trying to take countermeasures beforehand. But the law did not take effect. It was supposed to happen on July 1st. The lawsuit and the actions by the judge were on June 25th. It is not effective. It is not turning innocent people into criminals. It does not exist yet. Let me see. Going on. Bronner says, this time the DOJ said no. They are somehow blocking the ban. No, it isn't the Department of Justice. They can't do anything about this. This is a state level event. This isn't federal. It's about the Virginia state constitution, not the federal constitution. So basically, the governor in Virginia was trying to find a way around the Second Amendment by using Virginia state law, in particular law from 1971, trying to use that to stop people from being able to exercise the Second Amendment rights without addressing the Second Amendment. She tried to separate the two. It's not working. The judge isn't agreeing with her and can see through what she's trying to do, but that's what she tried to do. She tried to use state law so the Department of Justice can't do anything about it. Because of the 10th Amendment, states have rights just like people do. And states' rights are separate of the federal rights. So it gets a little complicated there, but that's not the Department of Justice. They may agree that it's wrong. The federal government, the Department of Justice can say, we don't like this, this is wrong, this is bad, and they can support, just like the Gun Owners of America, just like the NRA, they can support someone, in this case, a guy named Crump, who is saying this is illegal. They can support him, but they can't make the lawsuit on their own according to Virginia state law. It has to be a person in Virginia who is the one who's being affected by the law. That person has what they call standing. They're the person who can make the lawsuit. These other groups, including the Department of Justice, can support that one guy and say, and I agree with him, and here's the argument. And they can bring in their lawyers and they can bring in their documentation to support this one individual guy and say, okay, we're going to speak with him, not for him, with him, and we're going to back him up, and we are right there with him. We will suffer alongside him because he has standing, but we support. It's kind of like an amicus brief, which is a document that says, I agree with X. I agree with this other person. I support them, and here's something that helps prove their case. That's an amicus brief, essentially. I'm dumbing it down a little bit, but that's essentially what an amicus brief is. It's me saying, I support X, and I'm going to add my political weight, my knowledge, my information, my documentation to this person or to this case because I support it. Same thing with what's happening in Virginia. The DOJ, the Gun Owners of America, the NRA are putting their support and their influence and all the documentation they have to this one guy, Crump, who is making the argument against Virginia's government. I hope that makes sense. User has been banned, says, and nukes which are an arm. What? What? Oh, this came out of order. So user has been banned. Hello, by the way, user says it doesn't just say firearms, it says all arms. What would include firearms, nukes, and bioweapons, which are arms. Okay. Yes, it does say more than just that. But again, I'm trying to deal with the most relevant. And this is the part that the judge is addressing, is the firearm aspect of it. Theoretically, her argument could be used. And the ban is more specifically, and she's talking about certain types of firearms. Theoretically, when she says arms are banned, that would be your steak knife. It would be a baseball bat. It would be a brick, a rock on the ground, are all considered arms. These are all things that can be used and have been used in history to kill another individual and have been used by armies to kill another individual. So technically speaking, this is banning steak knives, it's banning bricks, it's banning rocks on the ground. All of them have been used by militaries throughout history. They're all used to kill the enemies of any particular group, individuals. So they are arms, and they could theoretically be banned, but that is not specifically what it's talking about. All right, Bronner says, I recently heard Virginia is second behind Texas only regarding ownership of AR-15 type of rifles. Good luck trying to turn everyone in to a criminal and trying to disarm them. That would be very difficult. It is unclear, though. There is no official database, and there never should be, of who owns AR-15s, how many are there, where they are, in which state. It is all estimates, and it should be an estimate. Otherwise, the government will come knocking on your door going, hey, you registered X, we're taking it from you. That's terrifying. That's something that New York wants to do. That's something Chicago and Illinois have tried to do. That's something that California has tried to do. Do not ever let them do that. It is dangerous. All right, so Bronner thinks, okay, I have explained it well. I hope so, because I know there was some confusion there. All right, let's see. Governor makes the law, but while going through the court, many people are classified as criminals, fined, and jailed. They cannot be. They cannot be. No one can be. The penalty cannot apply to anyone, because technically, once the judge froze this, put a stay on it, it cannot. You cannot be punished. It's as if the law doesn't exist. They cannot punish you. It is impossible. If anyone is saying, oh no, this gun ban, they just came and took my guns, that's a lie. Not to say that someone might not, there could be lots of other reasons. Could be for red flag laws, could be because you're an ex-con, could be because those are unregistered weapons. There's a lot of reasons someone might lose their firearms. Maybe because of abuse of a spouse, abuse of children. There's a lot of reasons that someone could potentially lose a firearm. And they may go online and blame it on the governor and this firearms ban, but that's not the case. No one can be punished for violating this law, which did not come into effect. One, because it doesn't exist until July 1st. Two, the judge said it cannot exist until either a decision is made in court on whether it's constitutional or not, Virginia Constitution, not federal. It has to be decided whether it's constitutional or not, and or the end of this year, 2026, whichever happens first. So the soonest at this moment, based on the court filings, The soonest anyone can be affected by this law is January 1st, 2027. At this moment, that is the soonest anyone can be affected. Anyone who says they're being affected by this law, they're being punished, they're being arrested, or any kind of action against them cannot exist, does not exist, isn't true. That's a lie, because the law doesn't exist and will not exist at this moment until January 1st, 2027 at the earliest, at this moment. So anyone who says that, they're not telling the truth. The DOJ is saying you will not prosecute people who yesterday were just normal citizens. The DOJ can say anything they want. They don't have the right to step into Virginia. This is a Virginia-only law. It doesn't affect people who own firearms in any other state. It's only when the firearm is in the state of Virginia and citizens of the state of Virginia. This is how they get around the federal government and the Second Amendment and Supreme Court's decision on Bruin and all of the other Supreme Court decisions about firearms. None of that applies because it is within one state. This is almost a loophole of the law. And the governor, Democrats in Virginia, knew that if they ever tried to make this apply to any other firearm outside of Virginia, they violate federal law and it would be moot. It would be wiped out instantly. DOJ, Department of Justice, and all of the power of the federal government would slam down on them and crush it. It would never happen. But because it's within the state, they can get away with it, or they thought they could get away with it, based on the Virginia state constitution, which it doesn't make sense even under state law. What they're doing doesn't make sense and is unconstitutional. But that's their excuse. And that's why the Department of Justice can't do anything. Let me see here. No, Mike, I'm saying that is how it's been before. And the DOJ is saying what you are explaining. Yes, that is what the DOJ is explaining at this time. Well, somebody needs to tell the DOJ that, because I've read many things claiming the DOJ is definitely in the fight. Again, they are in the fight to support the Krupp, the individual, the Virginian citizen who is in the state, the resident of Virginia. They are supporting him. They are backing him up. They're providing documentation. They're putting in an amicus brief, but they cannot go in front of the judge in Virginia and say, we say this is illegal. They can't. They can't say, we're going to sue. They can't. The DOJ, just like the NRA, just like the Gun Owners of America, GOA, they can't make the argument legally. They cannot sue. That's why Krupp is suing, because he can. They can't. He can. He is a resident. He is a citizen. He has standing. They don't. Therefore, they can support him, but they cannot do it instead of him. Let me see. Department of Justice warned Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger that it would take legal action if she signed the laws. Yeah, but they can't. They can threaten all they want. They can't. The warning specifically addressed, this is according to DuckDuckGo. This is the information based on a DuckDuckGo. So they go on to say, this warning specifically addressed that the potential restrictions outlined in recent gun control legislation, including proposed ban of firearms. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't, until it crosses state lines, the DOJ can't touch it. Doesn't matter what the DOJ thinks. Until it crosses state lines. This is like, for those of my friends who are libertarians or independents, they've listened to my good friend Larry Sharp. And Larry Sharp has tried to help New York farmers. If one of the things that Larry Sharp has proposed, and you can go to LarrySharp.com, you can look up his policies. Yes, Larry Sharp has a policies page. He actually tells you what he plans to do if he were to get elected. He actually has a description of what he's trying to get done. I know it's a shocking bit of news. You don't really see that from politicians anymore, but he does. And one of his things is if he were to get elected governor, to help New York State farmers, if a farmer sells all of his products from his farm inside New York State, so as long as he doesn't sell anything to anyone outside New York State, then he doesn't have to follow federal guidelines. Larry Sharp will protect him. As governor, Larry Sharp would defend him and say, nope, it's inside New York. That doesn't, the EPA has no power, and therefore the FDA have no power. The governor of New York State has all the power. This farmer is in my state under my jurisdiction. Therefore, he can sell rainwater. He can sell yogurt or cheese or whatever the hell it is. He can sell the stuff on his farm as farm fresh food that doesn't have to do what the FDA says, doesn't have to do what the EPA says. He can sell raw milk as an example. That's the example that probably most people think of. A farmer can sell raw milk, telling people this is raw milk. He's not going to false advertise, but he's going to admit it's raw milk. You know that. You have a choice. You don't have to buy it, but he can sell it because it's being sold inside New York. He can't sell it to anyone in New Jersey. Can't sell it. It could be the best raw milk in the universe. There could be aliens coming down from Jupiter to try and buy that raw milk. Can't. Only in New York. And if he does that, it's legal. The federal government can't do anything about it. But if he sells to one person, if he starts selling to anyone 1 foot out of New York State, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, anywhere else, Connecticut, then all of a sudden the federal government can jump right on in and go, you crossed the state line. Now we get to put all of the power of the EPA, the FDA, the federal government gets to jump up and down on your back and force you can't sell raw milk anymore. If you step 1 foot into another state and try and sell. But if you don't, Larry Sharp is correct. You are protected. The federal government can't touch you. So that's something that Larry Sharp believes in. So it's the same thing here. Until this law affects people in another state, the federal government has no argument. I'm trying to make sure people understand that as clearly as possible. Okay, so Bronner goes, Mike, I think you and I are overlapping. What you're describing in this is happening this time, but historically, okay, keyword historic. Yes, historically, innocent people have been fined, disarmed, and jailed. That's true, historically. But I am speaking about this case. And I know that there are people on the internet who are, for whatever reason, either because of sensationalism or they're trying to seem more important than they are, more powerful than they are. They're trying to demonize one side or the other. There are people who will misinform and say, oh, no, this is happening now. It's not. That's why I want to be clear. So that's why I want to be clear about that. Hal has a comment, and he says, if the DOJ, Department of Justice, views a state law as a violation of the Constitution or federal law, they can sue the state in some cases. That isn't always correct. Again, if the violation of federal law or the Constitution is something external to their state, and they have standing. Not every state they do, like in Virginia. And thus why, even though we all can agree Virginia is violating the Second Amendment, they're not, because it's within state lines. It is within Virginia. And DOJ has no standing. They can't step into it. So if the DOJ, Department of Justice, views a state law that violates the Constitution or federal statutes outside of that state, yes, they absolutely can. Otherwise, no, they can't. Bronner says, I appreciate you taking the time to look into this, Mike. I fully understand what you're saying. I am only responding to what the DOJ said. Okay. And I never assumed the federal government will not overstep legal bounds. Well, yeah. Trust but verify, trust but verify. But again, this isn't just for you, Bronner. There are many people who have had questions about this and wondering, well, why is this happening? We've had all the decisions by the Supreme Court. We know what the Second Amendment says. We've seen this case over and over again in gun bans in various states. How could this still be happening? And I'm answering it for some of them. What do you mean it's not accurate? Article 6 of the Constitution? I do not believe. I have been wrong before. And if you're telling me I'm wrong, I'm more than willing to double check myself. I have no problem. You know that, Hal. You know that if I'm wrong, I will be more than happy to admit that. So I'm live with everyone right now. Just typed into Google Article 6. Article 6 of the Constitution establishes the supremacy of federal law. When there is a conflict of state law and federal law, then federal law will override. But that's when their state laws are crossed, when state lines are crossed. Validity of national debts, which is across state lines, requires public officials to hold up the Constitution while explicitly forbidding religious tests that affects state lines. Is primarily used in 3 clauses. Supremacy. Yes, the Supreme Court is the law of the land, true. Debts incurred which cross the state lines. Yeah, oaths of office and religious tests. I understand the supremacy clause, and I understand Article 6. The argument that is in the courts, whether it makes sense or not, the argument is if it does not cross a state line, the federal government does not have supremacy. It is very restricted. If it is internal to a state, supremacy is not applicable. If it crosses a state line, like commerce or anything else, then supremacy does apply. And that's like with debt. Debt is crossing a state line. Debt is not internal to one state. It affects other states. Therefore, the federal government has influence on that. But no, you can have a law like a farmer selling raw milk in your state, and the FDA, the EPA, does not apply. The federal government cannot. Again, this requires state law to agree. It requires the governor to enforce it. But no, if you are in a state and the state law says I can sell raw milk as long as I don't cross federal lines, state lines, then you can. The federal government will say, no, you can't. The EPA, the FDA says, no, you can't sell raw milk, period. Does not apply. Yes, you can. If the state law says I can, and I am not exceeding the state's authority, which means I'm within the state, yes, I can. Even though the federal government doesn't like it, even though they have the supremacy clause. The second I sell to another state, the supremacy clause kicks in and the federal government can take action. the state cannot violate or override federal law. It's not violating federal law. It's not, federal law never applies. It doesn't apply. It's not that they're overriding it, it doesn't apply. That's my understanding with the lawyers that I've spoken to. Maybe I've spoken to the wrong lawyers. Maybe they have a misunderstanding of this. As I have understood it from politicians and from lawyers, what I am explaining is correct. And you are right if federal law applies, which requires interstate action. If it's intrastate, does not apply. That is not correct. That's every lawyer I've spoken to about this. If there's a lawyer in the audience right now, and I've gotten this incorrect, please correct me. Any lawyer who wishes to show me any case law where I am incorrect, and I'm using the example of raw milk because it's an easy one. It gives us something to actually check against. If state law says you can sell raw milk in a state, as long as you do not cross state lines, the EPA, the FDA, the federal government cannot supersede that state law. They do not, the supremacy clause does not have power unless you sell across state lines. Then it automatically connects. But until that moment, the federal government cannot stop you because it does not apply. The FDA, the EPA does not apply to you because you are within the state. It is intrastate law, not an interstate law. If any lawyer would like to validate that or would like to refute that, I'm willing to hear from any lawyer. Every lawyer I have spoken to, every politician I've spoken to agrees with my understanding of that. Again, not saying I'm perfect. I could get things wrong. I'm willing to double check, but that's why the supremacy clause does not apply. One last thing I'd like to be clear about is historically when, sorry folks, let me show you. He says, one last thing I'd like to be clear about is historically when a governor signs a law, innocent people are criminals until the court decides. That is what the DOJ is saying no to at this time. Historically, when a governor signs a law, innocent people are criminals until the court decides. Kind of, yes. So, as an example, the SAFE Act. So, when Andrew Cuomo pushed through the SAFE Act, overnight, literally overnight, people woke up in January 2013 and suddenly they were criminals. Because according to the SAFE Act, if you had certain types of firearms, you had certain types of magazines, you had a magazine that carried more than 7 bullets, you were a criminal. And you were in violation of the law. You hadn't been arrested, you hadn't been tried, but technically you were a criminal because you possessed illegal items. So yes, you were a criminal technically. That technicality would become reality if anyone aware of the law, aware of your violation of that law, were to then have arrested you and processed you through the system. So yes, historically, it is possible for a lawyer the governor, to pass a law, and because of that law's passage, you, because of your current, past, or future actions, will become a criminal. Whether you know that or not is entirely separate. Yes, and a court can decide, okay, but that was unconstitutional, as in the case of the SAFE Act, the statute that having a magazine that only holds 7, if you have more than 7 bullets in a magazine, then you are criminal. Well, that was thrown out. That is illegal. That is unconstitutional. That was stripped out of the law. That no longer applies. So yes, courts can rip apart a law that has been passed. And if you were punished by that law, you could seek reparation for that punishment that retroactively you understand is unconstitutional. Your crime, that being having a criminal record for breaking, in this case, in the SAFE Act, I had a magazine, it held 15 rounds or 30 rounds. Well, that was a crime. If I got arrested for that and I got a fine for that, after the Supreme Court said that's unconstitutional, that charge gets wiped out. That fine, I can sue to get that paid back to me because I never committed the crime. The crime didn't exist because the law was never constitutional. Therefore, I was punished, Eighth Amendment, unusual, unfair punishment. Therefore, I can sue to get my money back, and my name must be cleared because there was no crime for me to commit. Therefore, I could never be arrested. It doesn't exist. It has to be wiped out. That's how it's supposed to work. That's the ideal. Doesn't always work like that, but that is the ideal about that. But with or without the DOJ, Virginia's gun grab attempt is clearly unconstitutional under the Virginia Constitution. Yes. And that is what a Virginia Democrat judge is saying. And there are two other cases going on in Virginia at this moment. They haven't made decisions yet, but we would expect them to concur. According to Virginia's Constitution, what Governor Spanberg did, what Democrats have done, is unconstitutional at the federal and the state level. Even within the state of Virginia, it is still a crime. It is still unconstitutional to do what she's doing. Yes. Remember Trump's bump stock ban? That really wasn't bump. That wasn't Trump. That was the ATF. But yes, and the ban had been going back and forth. That was something that was being argued before Trump. That actually goes into the Obama administration. But yes, I remember the bump stock ban. Didn't last long, but millions of Americans became felons overnight for something they owned legally the day before. I believe that happened under the Obama administration, if I remember correctly, because I know it was going back and forth. And there was the bump stock and there was another one, the arm brace, the pistol brace. And they were going back and forth. And the ATF was making regulations. There was no law. This wasn't a law. It's an ATF regulation, which is not the same thing. And they were enforcing it as if it were an actual federal law, which it was not. It was a regulation created by the ATF itself, in the place of Congress actually making a law. So not the same thing. Part of the reason why, again, it was unconstitutional and was thrown out is because this wasn't an act of Congress. This was an act of an agency of the government, and they were using it and enforcing it as if it had the power of law, which it did not. So there's a couple of things involved in that most people don't think about, most people don't know, because for the average person, you wouldn't really know the difference. But the more you're into politics, the more you do commentary and punditry, the more you know. So there are other details here that were affecting that. And again, that's why it flip-flopped. There was pistol braces and bump stocks were okay. Then they weren't okay. Then they were okay. It went back and forth a couple of times, depending on which president and which politics the president had. It was one or the other, kept flipping, because it wasn't a law by Congress and it didn't have the power of law as something that passed through Congress and became a bill and law. It didn't have that power. It was a regulation that people enforced as if it were law. Not the same thing, has a different result. Yes, it did effectively criminalize law-abiding gun owners. Yes, it punished them. And they could, and I think they did, seek not remediation. I think it is remediation. They sought to get restitution from the government because the government overreached its bounds. And I believe they did get that as well. I'm not saying it began with Trump, but under Trump, that ban did turn millions into criminals, and the feds were enforcing it until the court said you can't. And yeah. Well, government sometimes does stick within the bounds. Again, it's up to the American citizen to be aware of the law, to be aware of their rights and their freedoms, and to enforce that. I mean, if someone walks up to you and says, I'm a cop, do what I say, that it is up to you to then say, well, show me proof. Not for you to just blindly go, okay, I'll do whatever you say. No. But we have been talking a bit now about federal law, and in particular in Virginia. So I hope I answered a lot of people's question about the Virginia firearms case and its unconstitutionality, and how Spamberger lied to the Virginia public, and how she is trying to screw over the people of Virginia, and how she's trying to wiggle her way into a law that she knows is unconstitutional, and she's trying to find a way to flip-flop and, look over, cross her fingers and try and pass a law she knows is unconstitutional, which is just wrong. That woman is just wrong, because she's trying to deceive people. She's trying to abuse power. She's actively trying to abuse the power of governor to support her partisan, her selfish partisan point of view. That being said, let me take a step into something else, a law that some people are very upset about, that just got the Supreme Court just acted on it, because President Trump decided that the word temporary means short term, means temporary. It means it has an end, and a near term end. It is a short term process. It is not meant to be long term. It is not meant to be forever. That's what temporary means. And in America, there was the temporary protected status. It was enacted by the Bush administration, and presidents have used it after Bush. This is a power of the president. Under the Bush administration, went through Congress, temporary status, which allowed a president to designate a country and say the people in that country have a free pass, essentially, to be taken into America and be able to live and work in America for 18 months. Notice there's a time limit, 18 months, and then go back to their home country. The reason why this is being done is because if there is a natural disaster or something of its equivalent, like a coup or something like that, then the people in that nation could seek temporary refuge in the United States. They would be able to work so that they wouldn't be completely 100% dependent on the United States, although there would still be some dependence on the United States for their well-being. But they would be able to pay back at least a little bit or carry some of their own weight. They would be responsible for themselves, being self-sufficient. And then after that event ended, they would go home. They would go back to their home country. Now, in the case of Syria, Syrians were allowed to come into the United States because their country was under a civil war, lasted over a decade. Millions were being, hundreds of thousands, were being killed simply because they had the wrong religious belief. They lived in the wrong city. Literally, people were killed just because they lived in the wrong location, when one of 6 different groups fighting in Syria on one side or the other side of the Syrian civil war would come to a town and just kill everyone in the town because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. had nothing to do with the people. So America, recognizing that just standing in the wrong place could get you killed, we said, you know what? We have compassion for that. That is unfair, unreasonable, and unsustainable. You can't live through that. We will take some Syrians and we will take them. We took over 6,000 Syrians and said, nope, you can come to the United States. You can live and work here for 18 months, or if the president chooses to, they can extend that time period by 18 months each time and allow you to stay here until that event, that civil war, ends, or at least until it's safe enough for you to go back to your home country. It is temporary. In the terms of the Haitian people, they live in a hellhole, period, full stop. Haiti is a hellhole. It is a third world nation. This is not insulting to the Haitian people. This is a fact. It is an empirical, documented, factual truth. They are a third world nation with a horrendous bureaucratic and industrial infrastructure. It is broken. Doesn't matter how, you can love the Haitian people, you can hate the Haitian people. It doesn't matter. Their country, their government is broken. Period. Full stop. Done. They are a third world nation. Full stop. Done. It doesn't matter whether you like that or not. Your feeling has nothing to do with it. Now, in that third world nation, like many third world nations, when there is an earthquake or a volcano or God knows, a mass flood, tornado, when natural disasters happen, third world nations don't respond to that very well. Why? Because their government is broken, because their infrastructure is broken. So they don't have the capability to respond effectively in either time or efficiently. So America, being kind-hearted, over 15 years ago, actually 16 years ago, the United States decided that we are going to take in 300,000 Haitians because they had an earthquake. And that devastated the country because they're a third world, poverty-stricken, broken country. So we took in 300,000 people. Incredibly generous of the United States to do so. We took them in and we said, you can stay in America for 18 months. You can work so you're not completely dependent on the American government and the American people. You can work for your stay. And you get to stay here and you get to stay alive. And in 18 months, you're going to go back because it shouldn't take your broken third world government more than 18 months to get back to normal. Sadly, they are an incredibly broken third world nation, and it took Haiti longer than 18 months to be able to recover from that earthquake. And then they had other disasters, like the gangs taking over the government, which is another kind of disaster. Fine, fair enough. But that's not the problem of the United States. We didn't create the natural disaster, nor are we responsible for resolving that natural disaster or those internal government problems. That's not the American people's fault. That has nothing to do with America. We are being generous to give them any time, any opportunity to be outside their hellhole broken country. That's us being kind. And so the Trump administration made the decision, and there are multiple countries, including Honduras, Nicaragua, and others, that have been under this program, some of them for as long as 27 years on average. Every country that is under the temporary protected status have been on that status for 22 years, 2 decades. Every single country on average has been there for 2 decades. And so that's not temporary. That's forever. And there was no one, no other president, no other Congress that was looking, even considering, they had forgotten this had become so ingrained that they thought, yeah, we just do that. Yeah, just every year. It's kind of like the Patriot Act. Every time it comes up, yeah, we're passing it. They just pass it. No one looks at it. No one discusses it. No one even thinks about it. It's just, yeah, we passed that and keep on going. And that's what was happening to the temporary protected status. Now, as much as people want to say, oh my God, but these people are paying for being in America. No, they're not. Yes, they are paying part of their cost for being in America, but they're not paying the full cost. Remember, every job that one of the TPS Haitians or Syrians or Nicaraguans or Hondurans, every job they have is a job an American citizen doesn't have. Now, they're not illegal aliens. And people often confuse and go, well, you're talking about illegal aliens. No, I'm not. I didn't say they're illegal. I didn't say they broke the law. They haven't broken the law. They didn't do anything wrong. The ones in the program. If you're a Haitian and you weren't part of the TPS program, which means you were vetted and you were allowed into America, you're still an illegal alien. Just because Haiti has temporary protected status doesn't mean that every Haitian in the universe has the right to enter into America. You don't. You still have to qualify for the program. You still have to be approved. That's why there's 300 of them, 300,000 of them, and we know that. And once that's up, if you're not part of that 300,000, you're an illegal alien. So yes, Nicaraguans, Hondurans, Syrians, Haitians that aren't part of TPS are still illegal aliens. So we have to be very careful when we're talking about the illegal aliens, or are we talking about TPS? Democrats love to confuse that, just like Democrats like to confuse illegal alien and legal alien or migrants. They go, illegal aliens are the same as legal migrants. They call them undocumented. No, that's a lie. Stop confusing it. Stop trying to group everyone together. Oh my God, migrants commit less crimes than American citizens. Okay, take out the legal migrants who are trying to become American citizens and they're putting their best foot forward. Take them out and look at just the illegal alien population. First of all, every single one of them is a criminal by definition. Why? They're illegal. They enter the country without documentation or authorization. They start off behind the 8 ball. They've already committed at least one crime, continuing to be in America and hiding from law enforcement. That's evasion of the law. That's also a crime. If they have other friends and family members that are illegally in America, harboring fugitives from the law, that is another crime. There are multiple crimes these people have done if they're an illegal alien. TPS is authorized. They have documentation. They can be in America and work in America. Totally separate thing. Don't confuse the two. Democrats want to, don't. They're not the same. So, but they were here almost permanently. As I said, the Haitians were here 16 years. Syrians have been here Venezuelans have been here 9 years. Syrians have been here, 22? Nicaraguans, 27. Hondurans, 27. There's other countries as well. But they've been here ridiculously long periods of time. And no one was saying, let's stop this. And there is a cost. Besides the job that an American could have that they have taken, but they're also getting benefits that could be going to an American citizen, many of them, not all of them, many of them getting benefits, some kind of help that could be and should be going to an American citizen is going to a TPS member instead. Third, we are not morally obligated to take care of these people. We did not agree to take care of them for the rest of their lives, which some people seem to confuse. Democrats seem to get confused with this. Well, now we're responsible for them. No, we're not. No, they're not. And they got to go back. Well, they can't go back. I actually had someone say, how do you expect them to go back? Get on a plane, go back to your country. Get on a boat, go back to your country. That's how you got here. That's how you leave. But Mike, it's morally impossible. They can't leave. Why not? Well, they're in America. temporarily. How can you send them back? The day they came, they were already aware the program was temporary. They thought on day one, they would be here for 18 months, not 18 years, 18 months. They knew that they could be asked to leave at any time at the discretion of the President of the United States. Not an act of Congress, not a change in law. By definition, they were extended a gratitude, a privilege to be in America at the discretion of the president up to 18 months temporarily. Always the point. Democrats can't seem to understand that. They're losing their minds. Oh my God, but we have to take care of these people. Why? Why do we have to take care of the Haitians? Why do we have to take care of the Nicaraguans, Hondurans, the Syrians? Why do we have to take care of South Africans? Had someone ask me about that. What about the South Africans? You want to take care of them? No, I don't. But they have 18 months. And when they stay for 20 years, I'm going to be screaming the same thing I am about the Haitians with the South Africans. Get out my country. Go back to your home country. You're here temporarily. This isn't a free pass. This isn't a path to citizenship. We literally have members of Democratic members, of course, trying to get them a path to citizenship. That's not why they came. They didn't come to America to become American citizens. If they did, they would have already started to be on the path and succeeded in becoming American citizens. They already had the fast track if they wanted to be American citizens. They don't. That isn't why they came here. They didn't come to America to become American citizens. They came here to take advantage of the opportunity America provides to them. Fantastic. Take the money that you saved up, go back to your country, be super wealthy, take the training, the experience, the knowledge that you got from America, take it back to your home country and get out. Make your country wonderful. Improve it. Do everything you want to make it the country you love. It's not America. Get out. Go do it in your home country, which is what you agreed to in the first place. And these Democrats can't figure that out. It's insane. All right, let me go back. There's some comments here. Bronner says, thanks for addressing the issue today, Mike. No problem. I love answering questions from my audience, always. I definitely agree with your legal assessment, but I won't hold my breath in hopes of our government, state or federal, will do the right thing. Governments don't do the right thing. People do. People force governments to do the right thing. If you want the government to do the right thing on any issue, then make noise. Get friends and neighbors, and you'd be surprised. It doesn't take that many. Make noise, get 1,000 people together, and say, oh, we're not going to vote for you unless you do X, Y, Z. We're going to make sure that you don't get your funding unless you do X, Y, Z. You'll be amazed at how many people will respond. Politicians will respond. Yeah, we're getting close. Well, my dog he was here sleeping with me. I don't know where he is right now. Jaeger Boy. Oh, your dog is called Jaeger Boy. You named your dog Jaeger Boy? Really? Okay. Let's see. Haiti had other disasters. The Clintons. Yeah, remember how the Clintons were supposed to be donating money to clean water for Haiti? Yeah. What most people don't know, the Haitians got 5 cents out of every dollar. 5 cents out of every dollar given to the Clinton Foundation for clean water in Haiti, that's what they got. So if you gave the Clinton Foundation $5, the money was divided. Almost all of the money was divided between Bill, Hillary, and Chelsea Clinton. There was an administrative fee from the people who run the foundation. That all got stripped out. And the last 5 cents were used to spend on getting clean water for Haitians. It was a scam. Most people don't think of it that way. Most people don't remember that. I do. And by the way, if you don't believe me, look up the Clinton Foundation, look at their fees, and look at how much money do they donate per dollar given to them. You will be amazed. It is far less than almost any charitable organization donates more money per dollar than the Clinton Foundation. It is insultingly bad. Let's see. Andrew is with us, and he says, I can only remember 4 or 5 years ago when Virginia was a fine place for many people to move to. They had a fine governor, too. Yeah, 5 years. That's all it takes. It doesn't take long. It doesn't take long for the government to screw up. It's sad. And if we're not paying attention, it screws up fast. Your dog? It's Jagger, like Mick Jagger. Well, it looked like Jaeger. I'm thinking it's like a drink. I mean, what up? You didn't name him, but you kept it. You kept the name of. Are you sure? If you didn't give him the name, are you sure it wasn't supposed to be Jaeger like the drink instead of Jagger like the singer? I don't know. But anyway, so I'm explaining here, and I have been explaining the TPS and why it's temporary and what that means and what was the purpose. And Democrats don't seem to understand that. Now, the Supreme Court had to actually step in and say, yes, the word temporary doesn't mean the word forever. It's not permanent. And it doesn't mean path to citizenship. Again, those are different words with different meanings, and temporary protected status doesn't mean path to citizenship, nor does it mean permanent residency. Entirely different terms, entirely different ideas. No, just because you're a Democrat doesn't mean that you can change the meaning after the fact, which Democrats are desperately trying to do, and desperately trying to convince people, well, you're a racist because that's what it's supposed to mean. No, I'm not a racist. It's the truth. But you have to. Why? By the way, for every single leftist out there who's trying to tell me, but Mike, we have to do this. It's the moral thing to do. Why? Why must America do this? What is the reason that means that America and America alone must do this? We have no choice. It is an obligation for the American people to take care of them. Because again, if we do that, there are a billion other people as bad, if not worse off than the Haitians or the Hondurans or the Venezuelans or the Nicaraguans or the Syrians. There's a billion people on this planet that are worse off than any of those groups. Does that mean we have a moral obligation as Americans to feed, house, and protect a billion people who are not American citizens forever? That we have to take everything we make in America to give to these billion people so that they're going to have an improvement in their life. Do we have a moral obligation for that? Because by the end, you walk down this line, you don't have a moral obligation to be alive. That line of reasoning, that illogical mindset winds up, if you believe that, you can't justify why you exist. You can't. It's illogical. But I'd love to hear from the left telling me, well, Mike, we have an obligation. Why? Well, because they're dark-skinned. You're a racist. Oh, it's because they're poor people. Are you sure about that? And is that my fault? What's that got to do with America? What's that? Why is that our problem? That's their class system. That's their economy. Got nothing to do with America. Got nothing to do with whether or not we exist. Whether I have a cheeseburger or not doesn't change whether or not they're going to exist. Sorry, that's not a moral obligation, nor is it illegal. And they have to go, and remember, they have to impress upon you the moral obligation, because there is absolutely no legal obligation. None. The Supreme Court had to decide this. I don't know why. The word temporary is pretty self-explanatory. But Democrats are so hell-bent on Orange Man bad and anything that he says must be wrong that they're like, no, we're going to waste millions of dollars to force this to the Supreme Court to say that, well, temporary kind of sort of sometimes means permanent. No, it doesn't. Never, ever. It's stupid. It's stupid. But here's an example of how stupid it can be. This is Congresswoman Maxine Dexter. She's a member of Congress. And I know many people go, well, she's been elected to Congress. She must be smart. No, she's not. AOC is a great example of that. Bernie Sanders is another example of that. Elizabeth Warren, great example of someone who's stupid. Maxine Waters, great example of someone who's stupid. But here is someone that you probably don't know. This is Maxine Dexter out of Oregon, and she's an idiot. She's an idiot because of her policy positions, and she, in her attempt to try and transform the word temporary into permanent, she reveals that she doesn't, I don't know how she got out of high school. She had to bribe someone. She must have a GED, and she had to forge it because she's an idiot. Let me explain. So she says, the Supreme Court just gave Donald Trump a green light to deport people who follow every rule. I already did earlier in the week. I already did a short video on this, covering the whole thing. She's lying to you. That first sentence is a lie. The Supreme Court, this isn't about the Trump administration. It's about the law. It's about the legislation that was passed in the 1990s under the Bush administration. By the way, Bush is a Republican. Maxine Dexter, her head must be exploding because it was before Donald Trump was in politics at all. This was a Republican bill, not a Democrat bill. Democrats weren't saying, let's help out the needy in their time of need. Republicans did. Democrats had the chance to pass that kind of law. They didn't. Republicans did. So the Supreme Court didn't give a green light to Trump. He already had the right by the definition and the temporary time frame of the legislation. The Supreme Court gave nothing. So she is an idiot. She doesn't read. She had someone tell her that Trump is being a bad guy and he overreaches powers. She didn't bother to read the title of the bill. She didn't bother to read the bill. She has no idea what she's talking about. She is an idiot. Let's go on. She says, temporary protected status holders register with the government. True. Passed background checks. True. Worked legally. True. Paid taxes. Some, not enough, but some, raised their families here and continued and contributed to their communities in their temporary 18-month stay. They weren't permanent. Again, she starts it off, TPS. You know why she uses the initials TPS? Because she doesn't want to write the word temporary. Yes, they pay taxes while they stayed here to offset their burden for being here. Yes, they're part of a community. Fantastic. In their temporary time in America. They're not American citizens. They're not trying to be American citizens. That's not the reason why we let them in. It's temporary. Nothing in what she said. They raised families. They were raising families anyway. Being in America didn't change that. They were raising families anyway in many cases, and they can continue to raise their families in their country. There's no obligation. What, you can't raise a family in any other country in the world except America? Guess what? There's 8 billion people in the world. There's a ton of damn proof that no, that's not true. You can be in any other country and you can have a family. So it's not restricted to America. So they can take their family with them and go back to their country. assuming that they didn't bring their family from that country in the first place. This is what they expected to do. That's why they were temporary. They knew that when they applied for the program. This was understood. Going on. And so Maxine seems to be incapable of understanding the obvious truth. She goes on to say, Congress must immediately pass the American Dream and Promises Act. Why? Why must we immediately pass that? Because of the temporary people? But they're not permanent. They agreed to not be permanent. They agreed to go back to their own country. That's the agreement they made. Why do we need to pass a bill? We have no responsibility. We have no obligation to these people. We were generous. We have no obligation. We have no requirement, morally, legally, or otherwise. Nothing. They are owed nothing. She goes on to say, we must give immediately, we must give eligible temporary protected status holders permanent protections. Wait a minute. Why do we have to give them something permanent? They agreed to go back to their home. They agreed to a temporary 18-month status. They agreed they weren't looking to become Americans. We're not doing something deceptive. This isn't us cheating them. We didn't screw the pooch here. This is what we told them, and this is what we did. Nothing was hidden. None of this was suddenly out of the blue. We didn't pull the blanket over them. We didn't have anything in the fine print. This was all above board and out in the open. They agreed. Temporary, not American citizen, not a path to citizenship, temporary. And she wants to give them a path to citizenship. Why? If they wanted a path to citizenship, many of these people who have been there for 22 years could have applied for American citizenship and they would have it by now. If they wanted to be American citizens, they would be in many cases. I'm not saying all cases, in many cases. Maxine is dumb. She's dumber than a doorknob. She has no understanding of any of this. Starting with, she doesn't understand the 6th grade word temporary. This isn't a big word. This isn't some kind of word you got to go, do you have a master's degree? Have you gone to 15 English courses? Have you read the dictionary forwards and backwards in Greek? This is simple. This isn't some kind of algebra, mathematics, or anything like that. This is simple. Very, very simple. Temporary. It's a word that kids in 6th grade should be able to understand. This is part of basic reading comprehension. And Congresswoman Maxine Dexter seems incapable of this remedial level of reading comprehension. The word temporary is beyond her. Why in the world would you elect someone to Congress who doesn't understand the word temporary? If you cannot comprehend the meaning and definition and purpose of the word temporary, you do not deserve to be in Congress. You need to be voted out. You are a problem. You absolutely should not be in charge of anything. I wouldn't let this woman be in charge of stacking paper plates because she's too damn dumb. Not because she's a woman, not because she's a Democrat, not because she's from Oregon, not because she's a progressive, but because she's just flat out, by definition, an idiot. She had the capability to learn. She chose not to. That's stupid. We must give them. That is a mandate. That is an obligation. We are forced. She is trying to force us to give these people citizenship who didn't want it, who agreed to not take it, who want to be in their home country, ideally. I don't understand this. And Democrats never seem to be able to explain this to me. I had a comment that I left with her, but anyway, this makes no sense. It makes no sense. Why are Democrats fighting over this? Why are they fighting for people who are not American citizens and they're trying to turn them into American citizens? There are American citizens that need someone this stupid, this pig-headed, who is just going to bully her way and just try to get something done. You know what? There are homeless people who want to have an advocate who is just too dumb to understand anything but help my people. Please become an advocate, Congresswoman Maxine Dexter. Please become an advocate for the homeless. We need people who are too dumb to know to stop and who are too busy running forward saying, do this, to understand any complication. She has no clue about reality. Let's put her somewhere where she can be useful. If it were the military, she would be cannon fodder. Use her as cannon fodder because that's all she's useful for, because she doesn't understand anything. By the way, Maxine Dexter, if you see this, and I hope you do, I truly do, and if you disagree with me, fantastic. I will have you on my program any day, anytime. I will give you up to 12 hours to respond to all of the claims that I have made. You want to explain yourself. If you want to explain why people who agreed to a temporary status of 18 months must be given a path to citizenship, please explain that. If you want to tell me why the American government is obligated to do anything for these people beyond the generous help we have already given them, that we were not obligated to give them in the first place, that many countries, most countries in the world, wouldn't give them. We've already done more than most countries in the world. Like 90% of countries in the world would do nothing. And we did everything. And you want to tell me that's not good enough? Please, if you would like to explain this, Maxine Dexter, and you would like to refute what I have said, that you are a dumb as a brick and half as useful, then you're more than welcome. You will be allowed onto the channel, not antagonistic. I will not attack you. We can have a reasonable, calm conversation. Don't believe me? Ask other members of Congress who I have interviewed. Go look at my record of interviews over the last 20 years, many of them with Democrats, sometimes with progressives, and you will see I don't attack them in interviews. An interview is for you to explain yourself. Whether or not I agree, whether or not I like it, has nothing to do with it. My interview is meant to inform the public, not to make me feel better. I don't care. I already don't like you. I don't care. You're not going to make me like you because you had an interview with me. But all you have to do is answer the questions. And in particular, why are we obligated to give them a path to citizenship? Why are we obligated to give them anything more than we have already given out of generosity, out of kindness of the American heart? Why? And every time I ask this question of people on the left, have I asked this of Democrats, progressives, and socialists, they don't have an answer except, but we have to. You're a racist. You don't understand. You're an evil person. That's the answers they give back to this. They don't have an answer on why are we obligated? Why must we do this? Why must we reinterpret and transform a piece of legislation that is explicitly clear? Because they have a feeling. Fuck you, I have a feeling too. I have my own feelings. I don't need yours. Anyway, I'm not trying, and by the way, Hal goes, well, that'll convince her. I'm not trying to convince her. I'm trying to highlight that she's an idiot. I'm trying to inform people who might know something about her to tell her she's an idiot and that her argument is specious at best. It is false. She has no actual argument. She's a partisan hack. And I'm not trying to make it nice. I'm not trying to be kind about this. That's not my job. She can go to her best friend and her friends can make her feel nice. Her associates in Congress can lift up her spirits, but I'm here to tell her the brutal damn truth. She's an idiot and a moron. And her argument makes no sense. Let's see. Bronner says, I only trusted the lady who we adopted. Okay, talking about your dog. I get it. Let's see. Chuck. Hey, Chuck's here. By the way, folks, Chuck from Long Island, he is Charles Guaria. Charles Guaria runs the Monday Opinion Roundtable every Monday at 7 p.m. We get together and we talk about Florida politics. We talk about New York politics. We talk about politics in general. That's me and Joe Hanush, a libertarian, and John Navarra, who's a Democrat. Sometimes we have other Democrats that pop in and out. Sometimes we have some extra libertarians that pop in and out. But I'm the conservative, and I'm always there. And we talk about everything. It's very interesting. Some people like it. You get to hear the different opinions. You get to find out why the libertarian and Democrat are wrong consistently and have no idea. But that's why I'm there, to tell them how wrong they are. And you get to see it every Monday. I'm being a little bit hyperbolic, but, whatever. And I'm sure, hey, by the way, John, Joe, you guys, you can always hype it yourself and say the same things about me I just said. So I don't mind. Here we go. So Chuck says, I heard on Brian Kilmeade's show from a former general that the U.S. has a munitions problem. I suspected such. No way we can fight again if that's true. Oh, and in reference to the question, does America, which we asked earlier, in reference to Iran and the IRGC, where they're trying to pick a fight with the United States to reignite the fighting that we saw at the very beginning of the U.S.-Iran conflict. Could the United States restart to, if the IRGC starts trying to blow up every ship going through the Strait of Hormuz, trying to take it over, could the United States restart? We could hear from a lot of generals what the United States considers a deficiency in ammunition is actually a surplus for most other countries. We have more than enough in our stockpile, in our storage, to continue fighting Iran at the current levels that we had fought them. We can fight even bigger battles. And if the United States needed to ramp up, we have one of the best systems in the world to build munitions. We have an infrastructure easily capable of doing that. So I'm not sure about the former general, because the former general might be talking about his politics rather than the reality. But in terms of industrial capability, the United States is nowhere near exhausted our ability to bomb Iran or to fire. We haven't fired a bullet. How can a general say that the United States has run out of munitions? We haven't fired a single bullet. We definitely didn't use all our bombs. We didn't use all our missiles. Not even close. And we're out? No, we're not. No, that's someone talking about his personal feelings. But thank you, Chuck, for bringing that up. I don't watch Brian Kilmeade or any other of the mainstream CNN, MSNBC. I don't watch any of those. Fox, I don't watch any of their shows. So it's interesting to hear what they have to say. And Bronner is a fan of the Monday night roundtable, which is always good. All right. So again, Maxine Dexter, please, I hope someone is in Oregon or someone can reach out to Oregon, clip this, send it to Maxine Dexter and say, oh my God, look what this guy just said, because I'm right. And she has no defense other than she has a feeling, which I don't care about. I don't care about your feelings, Maxine. I'm sure you didn't care about mine. I don't care about yours either. It's perfectly fine. I'm not insulted by that. You shouldn't be either. Your feelings are individual and they're not required. So moving past feelings, Maxine, Congresswoman Dexter, please provide an answer. Why are we obligated to do that? Because we're not. Not legally, not morally, not at all. Whether or not you have a feeling doesn't really matter. All right, moving on. Speaking about stupid people in Congress and in our government who really have, they're just morons. That brings me to Bruce Blakeman. Yes, I'm going to pick on a Republican because I pick on Republicans as much as I do Democrats. When a Republican is stupid, I will point out a Republican is stupid. And Bruce Blakeman is stupid. Bruce Blakeman has, well, give me 1 second here. If you recall, since the beginning of this year, since before the beginning of this year, I have told everyone Bruce Blakeman, who is running for the New York governor's race as a Republican, is going to lose, and that he would lose by 20 points. I stand by that prediction. And at the moment, I look even more correct than I have previously. Bruce Blakeman is a moron. He has zero policies. Let me prove that. Matter of fact, I got to prove this to you guys. You guys may think, Mike, but you can't be telling the truth. Yes, I am. So let me show you this. Okay. So this is Bruce Blakeman's channel. Now I'm going to refresh it right in front of you guys. I just refreshed the page right in front of your face. So this is, as of June 28th, 6 p.m., this is Bruce Blakeman's page. He has Meet Bruce Blakeman. That has nothing to do with policy positions. That has nothing to do with his intention of how to run New York State. He has Blakeman's record. Well, that's great if he's running for Nassau County Executive. He wants to be governor of New York. I don't care about his record. Meet Todd. Todd is his lieutenant governor. I don't care about his lieutenant governor. Most people in New York can't name the lieutenant governor ever because it's a useless, non-existent position. It doesn't apply. No one cares. News. I don't care about the news. Get involved. No. Volunteer. Absolutely not. Support. Never. I'm supporting Larry Sharpe. Yes, I'm a conservative Republican, a nationalist conservative. I'm not going to support Bruce Blakeman. You're getting none of my money and none of my support because you haven't earned it. You haven't earned it, Bruce. So no, saying that, but I'm the Republican is not enough of a reason. That's not a reason at all, in fact. He has a map and coalitions. I don't care about coalitions. So all of that being said, and he has a donate and he has a store and he has his name and he wants your money. He wants your money. He wants your money. He has a website which has fewer subscribers than my website. He has fewer views than probably the views of people watching this live stream right now. And I'm showing you this specifically for one reason. Do you know what you do not see on this page? Policies. There is not one policy on this page. Bruce Blakeman offers nothing. He has no plan. He has no idea. He has no goal. He has no ambition whatsoever. He doesn't expect to win. Bruce Blakeman doesn't want to win. Bruce Blakeman knows he's going to lose, and he doesn't care. He just wants second place. If he wanted to win, He would have a policy. He would be telling you and putting it in black and white, this is his plan for when he wins. What he's telling everyone right now is Kathy Hochul bad, Mandami bad. So what? We knew that. What's that got to do with anything? That doesn't change the price of bread or change the rent. No one cares. That is unimportant. We already know that. At least, and even Democrats know that, and they don't care. It doesn't change anyone's vote. It doesn't change the tea in China. It is meaningless. So what else do you have, Bruce? Come on, you got to have something else. You got to have something to tell me. Well, you're the Republican. Who cares? We're in a bluer than blue state. We are outnumbered. Republicans are outnumbered 3-1 statewide, 6-1 in New York City by Democrats. So being the Republican means nothing. There's 23% of the state is, in fact, just 23% of the state are Republicans. So what does that mean? Nothing. So what's your reason? What's a reason to vote for you? Because Kathy Hochul is bad? That's stupid. Because Mandami is bad? That's stupid. Because you're the Republican? That's stupid. Do you have any reason that reflects why you are effective and efficient on how you will run New York State? Don't tell me I'm going to change things on day one. You can't. That's physically not possible. That is legally not possible. Don't lie to me. Stop lying. You can't do that. You won't do that. Next. You still haven't given me a reason. It's all going to get better once you're in charge. Why? Why would it get better just because Bruce Blakeman is there? By the way, the assembly will still be Democrat. The state legislature, the state senate will still be Democrat. Most of the politicians in New York's congressional contingent are still Democrat. What changes? You hold one seat out of the 3 necessary to get things changed in New York State, and the other 2 hate your guts because you're a Republican and you're friends with Donald Trump and they hate Donald Trump. So what are you going to do? It's going to change because you're a governor? That's a title. It means nothing. So I'm saying this about Bruce Blakeman because now that it's in context for you, Brucey Boy, according to the most recent Siena poll, is losing by 20 points, which is what I think he will lose on November, on election day. He will lose by 20 points. But right now, he's losing by 20 points. Not only did Hochul's lead increase by 3 points, his position dropped 1. Look at that. He was at 33%. He dropped to 32%. And in the same time, Kathy Hochul, someone that he is insisting is a bad person, bad for New York, and I agree, increased her lead by 3. And Bruce Blakeman's trying to convince people he's going to win. How? He has never led her in any poll ever. Never lead. Never in any poll has been closer than 10 points behind. Ever. At this moment, according to this poll, and you have to go in, they don't mention it in the article, but if you go in to the actual poll itself, and if you look in the poll itself, and let me make this a little bit bigger for you guys. And where is it? Right here. So question number 4 is really, really important. Where is it? There it is. So question 4. Really? I hate this. Which is about the favorability and unfavorability of Bruce Blakeman. Okay? Why is this not increasing? This should be bigger. All right. So you should be able to see this here. Let me see if I can make it even bigger. So what you see is that the don't know. Do you know Bruce Blakeman? Very simple. Do you know Bruce Blakeman? 54% of the state do not know who this man is. We are in, it's over 7 months, almost 8 months of the election campaign. Bruce Blakeman actually was talking about jumping into the race back in November. So that means it's 9 months. 9 months on the campaign trail, gathering millions of dollars, being on TV, rarely, but getting on TV, having rare, but he has had major news media coverage. And Bruce Blakeman, for all of that, 54% of the state don't know who he is. They've never heard his name. They have no idea who this guy is. It's kind of worse than that. 57% of Democrats have no idea who this guy is. 62%, the largest group, 62% have no idea who Bruce Blakeman is. That's really, really bad. 54% of liberals, 59% of moderates, 42% of conservatives have no idea who is a Bruce Blakeman. They have no idea. Could say Joe Smith. They think the same thing. He cannot win. Upstate New York. Okay, where is it? Here it is. Upstate New York. 60% of upstate New York have no idea who this guy is. They've never seen him because he doesn't go there. This guy's going to lose because he's as much of an idiot as Maxine Dexter in Oregon, because he is as useless as Maxine Dexter in Oregon, because he has as bad a plan as Maxine Dexter of Oregon, and he deserves to lose. I picked Larry Sharpe to win, and he is my pick for governor, not because he's my friend, not because he's a Marine. Those are good. Those are, to me, good reasons, but that's not good enough. That's not good enough for me to endorse Larry Sharpe. It's because Larry Sharpe has plans, because Larry Sharpe actually has a purpose, and I will show you that. I will show you exactly what I mean. And the description will be, the links to all of this will be in the description after the show. This is Larry Sharpe's page. And just like I showed you with Bruce Blakeman, you can see right at the top, what does it say? Policies. That's the one thing that Bruce Blakeman doesn't have on his website, policies. So let's see. We've got an 8-hour video on policies by Larry Sharpe. We have Larry Sharpe talking about lockdowns and banning lockdowns. That's a policy. We have criminal justice, environment, energy. We have healthcare. We have family law, gender and reproductive rights. We have government transparency, economic opportunity. These are all policies. Individual liberty and freedom. These are policies. Whether or not you agree with each and every policy is up to you. I don't agree with each and every one of them. I agree with the majority, but I don't agree with each and every one. But guess what? I have 0 from Blakeman. Larry Sharpe, I have a majority. I have policies. I have something to talk about. We have something to think about. Bruce Blakeman offers nothing. He is losing, and I tell you again, Bruce Blakeman will lose by 20 points, and he deserves it. And he is useless. He is a waste of energy. He is embarrassing to the GOP. He is embarrassing to Republicans, and this loss will hurt. We will not see another Republican. If Bruce Blakeman loses by 20 points or more, we will not see another Republican run for governor of New York with the support of the GOP. Never happen again. You may have one person just jumping in just because he'll get no money and no support. Won't happen. Won't happen. All right. Oh my God. Guess what? And by the way, Republicans may be mad at me about this, but okay. But am I wrong? Can be mad at me all day long. Am I wrong? I'm not. Okay, here's this. Oh my God. Republicans are going to lose in 2026 since we're talking about elections. Oh my God. We're going to see Republicans are going to lose. They're going to lose in a landslide. Again, Republicans at this moment are winning the House of Representatives. They will gain, Republicans at this moment, if the election was right now, Republicans would win with 221 seats. That's 3 more than necessary to maintain control of the House of Representatives. And the Senate's not even a question. It's not even an option. It's guaranteed that Republicans will maintain control, 51 seats in the Senate. That's done. That's a done deal. It's not even worth talking about. It's useless. No. The question is the House of Representatives. And at this moment, as I've told you, my expectation is +3. Okay. But Republicans are wrong, according to Democrats. Democrats are saying, no, you just don't understand. CNN, MS Now, ABC, CBS, Huffington Post, they're all like, oh my God, you just don't understand, Mike. The Democrats are going to win. First of all, the Democrats aren't Democrats anymore. They're socialists. They're the Democratic Socialists. And the Democratic Socialists have pretty much swept almost the entire Democratic Party. That's why John Fetterman is losing his mind all the time, because they're all socialists and he's trying to be middle of the road Democrat, and it ain't working. But I wanted to see, Mondami he put his name behind a bunch of socialists, and this was really smart. Mondami said, nobody is voting. Voter apathy is enormous, especially in New York. Nobody likes any of the parties. Nobody wants to vote. And Democrats especially, they're demoralized. Everything has failed. All of their policies have blown up in their face. Donald Trump has survived everything that they've thrown at him. They are miserable. They are frustrated. And progressives, you would think, well, yeah, but they're progressives. Progressives and socialists, they're always frustrated. They're always pissed off. And that's why they're always in therapy, because their lives are miserable. And they are. But this is above and beyond the normal standard level of miserable, hate your life kind of status quo that Democrats live through. That's why they have so much therapy. No. This is on top of that. So Mondami saw the election coming up, knew that almost none of the Democrats were going to vote in the primary. They didn't care. Too much apathy. They didn't care what happened. So he pushed his people by name, using his popularity, and they won. And all of a sudden, a bunch of the left said, oh my God, it's going to be the Democratic Socialists. America's going to become socialist. Oh, socialism's going to win. No, it's not. Here comes from CNN. Let's have a dose of reality.
Necessarily true nationwide with the general electorate. I mean, just take a look here. Net favorable rating of Democrat Socialists. If you look at Democrats nationwide, look at this. Democrat Socialists are on the positive side of the ledger at plus 17 points. This includes Democratic leaning independents. But look at all.
Okay. To get a plus 17, to cheat, CNN had to bump up the numbers. Democratic Socialists are so disliked. They are so small a fringe. They are such a splinter in the mind's eye of Americans that just by there weren't enough answers in Democrats. They had to put Democrat leaning independents. That's an entirely different group of people. That's an entirely different party, if you want to look at it that way. They have nothing to do with the Democratic Party. To bump up the Democrats' numbers to plus 17 for the Democratic Socialists, they had to cheat. He had to cheat because the numbers would have been in the single digits, in the mid to low single digits, if he didn't cheat. But going on, it's plus 17 for Democrats, but
voters. A completely different world. 27 points underwater Democratic Socialists of America are in the
Americans don't like socialism. Americans don't like democratic socialists because they're socialists, because that's communist. America doesn't like communism. Not because America is anything other than logical. Because we have seen, as an example, looking at history over the last 100 years, communism doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. Never did, never will, ever. It has always been a failure. But you know what? Let me do this. So you may have heard this in the background. That was my puppy. He woke up. He finally wants to go for his walk. So now we're actually going to take the 45-minute break that I was telling you guys about, that we always like to do, but I was waiting for my dog to wake up. The temperature dropped a little bit too, so he was waiting for the temperature to go down. I've been waiting for him to let me know. So we're going to go and take a 45-minute break. That means we'll be back at 7:15. Well, so let's do that. And what am I going to put up here for you guys? I'm going to go back to my conversation with Matthew J., who is on X. This is from February of 2026 this year. And I was making predictions and insights about what was going to happen. We saw early on in this conversation already that I was talking about Mondami and the impact of democratic socialists in America, how that was going to affect 2026, how it was going to affect everything. So just keep watching. You will see that. And we will be back in about 45 minutes. So let that play. Snowstorm, minimal, 10 inches of snow. That's not enough to shut down the city. Under Mondami, 2 weeks later, they're now using jackhammers to try and break up the ice so they can remove it. He's that far behind. He is that screwed up. That's his administration. He is completely inefficient, ineffective, and his policies, which are supposed to bring the warmth of collectivism in, have only harmed the public. It's devastating. Really, it is.
Michael, let me bring this up to you before I forget this. And it's been a couple of weeks since you've been on, but there was an incident, which I'm pretty sure you're going to be aware of, with NYPD. They got a call, and I guess it was a mental subject, and they went to the house, and the individual had a knife. Mm-hmm. I watched the video, Michael, and you can see the officers desperately trying to get away, but subsequently he does shoot the individual with the knife. The next day, your New York City mayor visits this individual. And I understand it's a mental health situation, but visits that individual with the knife. Doesn't visit, I don't believe, to my best of my knowledge, and maybe you can expand on this, the NYPD officer. Michael, if you're in the NYPD right now, how would you feel about this new mayor and his rapport with him?
You would feel like what we knew they would be feeling. They're abandoned. He doesn't like them. He wants to get rid of them. He believes in defunding the police. And no matter how he reworded and reimagined his policies on the campaign trail, this is the real Zoran Mondami. This is the real socialism in action. They always promise you the rainbow. You always wind up living in the sewer. And that's what we're seeing. He didn't care about the police officer. He's ready to throw that police officer under a bus. The police officer was easily identified as defending himself. But Zoran Mondami doesn't care because all law enforcement are bad all the time. And so that's why he went to the mentally deranged individual and is willing to comfort them. But the officers, he doesn't care. He wouldn't have cared if they died. And again, these are things that we knew were going to happen. And it's sad because they did. They are happening. And this is the first month of having him in office. Imagine what's going to happen by the time we get to the first year. How much damage can this man do?
Michael, do you see any early retirements happening in NYPD? I mean, there's got to be some talk among the rank and file that if you have a mayor that embraces the criminal element and does not embrace law and order, I mean, Michael, as you know, we're going to be heading towards spring and summer. Notoriously, crime rates go up. I can't imagine, like, you know, it goes up here in Philadelphia. I'm sure it's going to be going up in New York City, particularly if you're a criminal, knowing that the mayor's got your back.
Well, yes, the warm weather always, because I mean, who wants to be out in minus 15-degree weather? Nobody, not even the criminals. Everyone's going to be home. So you can't really go in and rob someone unless you plan to physically confront them. And most criminals don't. They want the easiest target they can get. So yes, crime rates will be going up because it is going to warm up. And that is true everywhere in the world. So that's a problem. We have been seeing that police officers are less likely to join the police, new recruits. We're seeing those numbers. Literally, I know someone where I live, there's a young man, 20 years old. He's trying to get into the police. Last year, he had 20 other junior recruits that were going through the training with him this year because he was just getting in. This year, that same program has 5.
Wow.
They lost 15 people. And that's the recruits coming in to replace all the people who took early retirements and who are just quitting and leaving, going somewhere else where they will be appreciated. The crime rates are going to continue to grow because this guy thinks a social worker is better than having a police officer. In all circumstances. Can
you imagine if a social worker would have went to that call, the video that we're talking about? Can you imagine if a social worker would have turned up? That social worker would be dead by now. It's not going to work in the real world.
Do you remember we were talking about it? This is a policy that he took from Oregon and said, hey, it worked it didn't work in a city of 200,000 people in Oregon. So yeah, let's try it in New York City with 8.5 million people. It'll obviously work here, and obviously it's not.
Well, Michael, I know this is a little different subject, but you've brought it up before, but I thought I just saw before we came on that New York City tomorrow or next week is opening up its first one of those free grocery store things.
Oh, yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, they opened it up. It was a somewhat unexpected. It's the free market that Mandami had promised. He had it one of the city markets. It was open for it's open this morning at 6:30. It's going to be 3 days. Basically, it's a trial run. That's what he did. Mm-hmm. He picked a location, trial run, 3 days, free food for everyone. That's great. And he's trying to do this because he needs a PR win. And he's going to say, see, it can work. It can work in New York. I have the right idea. Everything else I'm screwing up, but you're going to get, free groceries. And many people are saying, well, see, that's an example of when you're doing things right. People want to participate in. It's because of Orange Man bad. The prices are so bad. No, it's an example of free stuff. People will line up for free stuff. No matter what you're giving away, there'll be a line for it if it's free.
Michael, what do you know about this wealth tax that the New York City mayor is throwing around? I think the last time you told me, Michael, even if you want the wealth tax in New York City, everything has to come through Albany, right?
Yes. Yeah. It still has to come from the governor. And Kathy Hochul, sadly, is still the governor. Hopefully not after November. She'll be ending her time. But at this moment, she's still the governor of New York. And she has continued to say, she's not going to increase the taxes and really, it's unrealistic to expect her to. It's an election year. No politician, it doesn't matter which party you're in, they try and do tax cuts in election years. They try to bring in new home run ideas in election years. They don't go around increasing taxes in election years if they plan to get reelected. She will be dragged kicking and screaming by the entire party before she will go and increase taxes, because it's just going to be bad for the entire party, the entire ticket all the way down. She knows it, the party knows it, and they're not going to.
They want 2%, Michael, is it right? He wants 2%, the wealth tax, around 2%?
Yes, 2% on the 1 million on households with 1 million in income or higher.
Michael, let's talk about the
Not enough
governor's
money.
race real fast. I sorry to interrupt you. We got a lot to talk about.
Okay.
Larry Sharp,
Mhm.
he's been on my show. He's been on your show. You're a friend of yours, I think,
Mhm.
what you said, and
Yep.
you're helping him on his campaign.
Mhm.
Do you see something different happening here in this governor's race? Michael, you had a post, I think, I don't know if it was on X or somewhere. I saw that something where Hochul lost. Is it the Brooklyn Democrat? The Brooklyn Democrats, or some hierarchy there in the city where she's kind of out of touch with, and Larry's chances of success are higher than any previous attempts at run for governor. Is that true or not?
Okay. So there's a couple of components to that. Yes, the Brooklyn Democratic Party, which represents about 1.1 to 1.3 million Democrats, registered Democrats, they did, when they found out that the lieutenant governor, who is a DEI hire, she's there because she's a woman and she's black, to replace Antonio Delgado. She used to be the city council speaker of New York. She is despised. She is not liked at all. And so the Brooklyn Democrats said, no, we can't support that. They pulled their endorsement. And it is very well known that no Democrat can win a statewide election without the Brooklyn Democratic Party. It's too many Democrats. You take away a million, if as an example, if you took away 1 million votes from Hochul when she ran again, when she was competing against Lee Zeldin, Zeldin would have won by 500,000 votes. So it's enormous. The thing is, party politics kicked in immediately. As soon as that story hit the airwaves, they were talking back behind closed doors. Deals were made, and the endorsement was put back in place. So we almost had an advantage there for a little while. But
Michael, what about Hochul's running mate? What's the deal on her?
Adrian Adams, now no relation to Eric Adams, progressive, massive Democratic socialist, and not loved at all. She's not a people person. She's not even a party person, because she's not really a Democrat. She's a socialist.
Did she make the statement, Michael? Michael, did she make the statement that she would like illegals to be able to vote?
Of course, yeah. She tried it. She didn't just make the statement. She tried to pass a bill. She actually tried to give the vote to illegal aliens, which is just catastrophically.
That's outrageous, man. It's outrageous.
But I wanted to go back to about the race. So I explained the answer about Hochul.
Right.
Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, actually joined the Republican Party so that he can run on the Republican line, because Republicans need someone who can win. Bruce Blakeman cannot win, and he's not even trying to win. He's just not. Blakeman, to give you an example, one, you go to Blakeman's website right now, and he doesn't have not even one policy position that he plans to do if he were to win, because he knows he won't. So he never even bothered to write one up.
Wow.
His lieutenant governor, his first choice, said yes. They made the public announcement. It was one of the sheriffs from upstate New York. Within 24 hours, that sheriff said, sorry, can't do it. I'm out. He rejected him after it was publicly known that he accepted. Then Blakeman came up within 12 hours and got a second lieutenant, the current lieutenant governor candidate out of Madison County, a sheriff, Sheriff Todd, as I recall, who said, yeah, I'm in for the long haul. I'll do it, which is just a sacrifice play. That was because Blakeman was embarrassed. If his running mate doesn't have the commitment to be in the race, how could he possibly win? Now, that leads us to Larry Sharp, who's joined the Republican Party. He was seeking to have the party say, okay, we'll do a primary. Instead, Ed Cox, the leadership of the GOP, said, no, we're going to do what Democrats did with Kamala Harris. We're going to anoint a candidate. Don't give the choice to the public. We're just going to go with Blakeman. So now Larry Sharp is going to get 15,000 Republicans to sign a petition, which will force a primary, which I think is always good. And he will debate with Blakeman and bid for the votes of Republicans. And I think Larry Sharpe, who's been to every county of New York, 62 counties, for 8 years in a row, every year, 62 counties, 8 years running. Blakeman has gone to 5 in this election. He's never been to the others. So that tells you who actually understands New York and has plans for New York State. And I think you'll see Larry Sharpe, who's already at 8% on several polls. He's been in several polls at 8% consistently. And that's higher than what he's been polling in every other election. I think that means that he, on the Republican line, having the attention, the news media, the donations that would go with that Republican line, I think he beats Hochul. You could see a race where it's going to be 55 Larry and 45 for Kathy, because she's just not well loved. No, so that answers all of your question about that.
Right. Michael, no, thanks for giving such a comprehensive answer, because New York politics is national politics with all the names you're mentioning, and it's going to be certainly an interesting race. Now, we'll get back to New York politics, or, you know, every time you're on the show, we'll devote time to it. But I want to move on to the next topic, Michael, and I didn't get a chance to tell you this before the show started. Last week, I got an invitation from CPAC to attend a combating narco-terrorism summit on the Hill. As a member of the press. And I said, nice. Okay, you don't have to ask me twice. So I went down.
I'm jealous.
So I went down last Thursday, and I'm glad I did. I had to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning, jump on Amtrak down to DC, but it's not a bad ride here from Philly, as you probably know. Amtrak's pretty, like, every hour down to DC. Yeah. So anyway, I got down there, and I went into its Capitol Room 390, and they named it now the Nancy Pelosi room. So when I found that out, I almost felt like leaving, but you know what can you do? But I'll tell you, Michael, Sarah Carter, who's our new national drug czar, she spoke. Anna Paula Luna was there. There was a senator there. I can't remember his name. There were a lot of national security people and a lot of people from the Mexican press and a lot of Mexican government officials. Now, I want to bounce a few questions off of you, Michael. First, I'll make some of the comments on what Sarah Carter said. One of the guests said that the cartels control over 30% of the national economy in Mexico, and I've been subsequently told it's much higher than that. And also, this person that was up there, and I can't remember his name, Michael, the Mexican official, was saying that, you know, and he wasn't saying in a positive light. He said the cartels provide a lot of employment. They provide a lot of jobs, so it would be difficult to extract them from there. My question to you, Michael, is how big of a problem are the cartels still here for America? Not just with the human trafficking, but with the drugs. Is it certainly a serious issue enough that it would warrant special operations into Mexico to try to thwart the cartels?
Okay. Two things. One, congratulations on CPAC. I wish they would offer me something like that. I'd go as well, but congratulations. That's a nice win. Two, if people notice, I just want to mention this. If people notice that I may be rocking back and forth a little bit, it's because I have a back injury. I pinched a nerve, and it's been 2 weeks, but it still hurts. But we're doing the show, period. But if people see me, a little bit wincing or something, it's because of my back pain.
Not my questioning.
No, it's not. Nothing that has to do with you at all. So that being said, let me also, so to answer your question, the cartels are a massive danger to us, and they have never been addressed. We can go back to pretty much since Reagan. We have not had a president, both Bushes, the Clintons, Obama, Biden. No one has addressed the danger they bring to America. And we've only seen the cartels increase the amount of crimes that they bring in. Yeah. Now they've moved into human trafficking, which is something that 30 years ago they really weren't touching. But now they do, as well as the drugs, as well as guns. Thank you, Obama, for bringing guns into Mexico through the failed sting operation. Yeah, I didn't forget about that. Most people did. I have not. But anyway, so we do have to do something very serious. Now, the truth of the matter is we're not going to get rid of all the cartels. You can, even if we evaporate one of the cartels, a new cartel will rise up in its place in that vacuum, and we'd still have another cartel. What we can do, though, is we can scare the hell out of them. We can smack them hard enough that they will lay really, really low until they get another weak president. Not that they will stop all their operations, but they will slow it down and they'll get really quiet and they'll make themselves less visible. And that means that that's a win. And that'll be lower crime, less drugs, less human trafficking, because they don't want us to really go in and destroy their operations. Every cartel wants to maintain their own power for as long as possible. So they'll all quiet down. It's the best we can do in this situation. And maybe that gives the Mexican government a chance to actually try and, I don't know, be efficient, be a real, actual government rather than just puppets of the cartels. And the problem is bigger than you think. On February 5th, a small operation of 70 individuals, basically a gang, were caught in Vermont. Now, what this gang had been doing since 2022 is they were bringing illegal aliens from Central and South America into Canada and then coming through the northern border, which I have literally for 20 years been talking about the northern border being more open than the southern and a bigger problem than the southern, which everyone looks at. And they were coming in through Vermont and New York State, upstate New York, to bring in sex slaves, and in particular, children as young as 5 years old.
It's disturbing.
Mainstream media didn't want to cover this. They're not talking about this. This happened February 5th. The news about it just came out 2 days ago. The mainstream media does not want to talk about this at all. You have to go overseas to find out about this. This is the consequence of the open border policies of Democrats, the inefficient government of the Biden-Harris administration, and we're getting this fixed because of Border Patrol, because of ICE and Donald Trump. And I can't see the Democrats. The reason we're not hearing about this on CNN or the New York Times, because they would have to admit that Orange Man Bad is doing something good, because they can't. I just can't see them saying, you know what, we'd rather have child slavery in America at the peak levels of the Biden-Harris administration rather than just because they don't like Donald Trump. I just don't see them saying that, because that's just sick and evil and twisted. So their only other answer is don't talk about it.
Michael, what you revealed there, it's disturbing on so many levels, and involving children. I have two quick questions, Michael, about what I observed at this summit. What is the level of infiltration in the Mexican government by the cartels? Is it top to bottom and in between? One. And number two, Michael, do you think U.S. politicians on this side of the border are also bought by the cartel?
It's hard to say the numbers. I mean, it's not just one cartel, it's multiple cartels.
Multiples, yes.
So, it's hard to say, because even if you find all the people from one cartel, you don't know if there's two other cartels that could be there, or influence from not even just in Mexico, but we're talking about cartels formerly from Venezuela, currently in Colombia, that also have influence there. But I would say that given what we know about the manner in which the Mexican government deals with cartels, I'd say it's over 50%. Basically from upper management all the way down. There may be one or two people in the top tiers of the Mexican government that actually want to do something. And once they get in, they realize I'm the only one here who wants to actually do anything. And then they get constrained, either because they want to save their life or because they know they can't get anything done. And so that's a massive part of the problem. But if America comes in and does it, yeah, they'll say, oh, America bad. Oh, you're such a terrible person, just like they did with Maduro and Venezuela. But no one, the world stopped. They had to do their 1 week of complaining and, oh, that's so terrible, and America's a dictatorship or authoritarian or whatever the line is. And then they stopped. Why? Because they're happy. Because it was good. It actually brought more peace and more stability to the world. So they were happy. They just had to make their complaints for the news media and some of their public, they're happy about it. Same thing would happen with Mexico. You'll see them complain. All of Central and South America will complain for about a week. How could you do this? That's so terrible. Then everyone will shut up and let it go because it's actually good for everyone. That's what I would think would happen.
Let me ask you this, Michael, about Sarah Carter, our new drug czar here in the United States. I listened to her speech intently, and I have to thank her. She reposted me right after the summit.
You're getting all the good stuff.
Michael, I've actually had a long-term rapport with Sarah Carter. She was one of the first national reporters about, I don't know, 6-7 years ago, probably more, that started reposting me often and actually featuring some of my posts and keeping the top of her site. So I got to thank her for that. But let me ask you, Michael.
Introduce you to me, but to be fair, you do work very hard, so you have earned this.
Yes, as you know, I have 419,000 tweets, so you know I'm a monster when it comes to X. Michael, Sarah made the statement towards the latter part of her speech that she gave a warning to the cartels. She said, "Your days are numbered. We're done with you. You know, striking so much fear in Mexico and to a lesser extent, maybe to here in the United States." My question to Michael Voss is, does that sound like an accurate statement? Do we have the cartels on the run, or are they still operating pretty much unabated?
They are again, it goes back to they're restricting themselves. It's not, no one has done anything to them in any significant manner at this point. It's more that rather than confronting the Trump administration, they're smarter than the Antifa and the far left in America. They don't want to confront the American government, the American military, and for the cartels, it would be the military that they would be dealing with, and not on a stand next to a police officer to be intimidating, but literally, lock and load, let's go. They don't want to deal with that. They know they can't win that fight. All they can do is endure it, if at all possible. They don't want to go through that. So rather than do that, they have stepped down their activity significantly. It's part of the reason why we see that the number of illegal aliens entering America has dropped by 95%. Part of that is the cartel saying, no, do not provoke Trump and the American government, because we're not going to like the answer. Rather, let's pull back. Still, there'll be some activity, but pull it back. We will endure this president and maybe even the next president if they're a strong president, and then they can get back to business the next time a Democrat's in.
Yes.
They'll be invited in. I mean, that's what they did under Biden-Harris. That's what we're seeing with Hochul and Zoran Mandami as we speak.
Michael, all well said. Let me ask you about this. I don't know if you've heard about this, but a day or two ago, El Paso Airport was shut down. It was supposed to be shut down for 10 days, but it was shut down immediately, which we haven't seen something like that in a U.S. airport since 9/11. Now, the subsequent reports I've been reading, Michael, is that the reason it was shut down is because the Mexican cartels are flying numerous drones over the border, and that it may even endanger some of our aircraft, civilian aircraft, military aircraft on our side. Are the cartels that brazen? Like, I know you had been talking about this. Are they that brazen to actually really test the U.S. as far as us, responding back?
Yeah, I didn't remember that. I thought you had me for a moment there because I'm like, I don't remember an airport shutting down. I do know about the drones.
Yes.
So you get half a point there. In the quest to stump me on a topic. The drones, this is part of their, rather than confronting more confrontations, drones give them the opportunity to still be able to deliver drugs and even weapons without having the same human conflict. Of course, since their drones are not registered, they're flying at various heights, trying to stay out of the radar and the attention of any of the American surveillance services, whether it be an airport or military. they try and avoid that, but sometimes they're going to get in the way of a helicopter that's doing patrols or firefighting, passenger planes and such. So that threat is magnified now because they're changing their modus operandi. And that's going to continue to be the case for the next 4 years. Again, as long as we have a strong president, this is something we're going to see ramp up. It's not going to diminish. Drones have changed the world. AI is changing the world. It's changing the way we're fighting wars. It's changing the way that drugs and crime are being committed. And we haven't adjusted to that yet. As a society, as government, all around the world, we're still in the learning stage of this, and the technology is getting better.
Michael, listen, I'm glad you brought that out. That's all well said. A lot of the participants in this summit I was at on the Hill last week were asking the Mexican officials, are you willing to have a strong rapport with the Trump administration? And if that is the case, we're going to have to do a couple things here on our end, and we're going to obviously going to have to operate in your territory if we can thwart or slow down what the cartels have been doing. Now, Michael, I know I've asked you this question in the past. I just can't remember your answer. And it concerns potential blowback. What if we do move forward and we really start doing some serious damage to the various cartels? Do you think they would use some of their operatives? And Michael, let's face it, a lot of their people are embedded in U.S. cities. Could you see some type of terrorist acts where the cartel feels they're pushed into a corner and they want to strike back? Would they be stupid enough to do that?
In a manner, yes. Yes, they would. And this is different than Venezuela, which, by the way, let me admit it now because it didn't come up. You were right about Venezuela. I was wrong. I didn't think we were going to see Trump actually go in. Well, let's say we were both half right because he didn't bring in 15,000 troops, which I knew he wasn't going to do. Right. But he did bring in an elite team, a Delta Force in, grabbed Maduro and got out. So we both kind of had elements of being right there and partially wrong as well. That being said, let's look at the worst case scenario. One of the cartels is Trump is used U.S. military to bomb the poppy fields, the weed, the marijuana fields, a bunch of their operatives at the border, and maybe in, say, like Aurora, Colorado, or in L.A., a lot of their gangs were shut down, being deported. They could, at a moment of desperation, what I think we would see is they would try and trigger a distraction event where there would be a riot that would be started and maybe maintained by one of their fringe gangs, like the Florencia 13, which is a component of MS-13, but most people don't know about Florencia 13. Small gang, well, mid-sized gang, more regional in California, Southern California, but yet still part of MS-13. They would use someone like that to maybe start a riot. And we know that they're willing to, because the Florencia 13 were actually hired or attempted to be hired by the vice mayor. I forget the name of the city now in Southern California. They actually used them to attack ICE. They were the ones who started the rioting in California last year, 2025. Right. So you'd see something like that, and they would probably try and make themselves seem like one of the other cartels to take the heat off of themselves, push it onto someone else so that they can recoup. And you would see these riots happening in several cities where that one of the cartels may have had control to try and distract.
Yeah, Michael, it gets very convoluted here, what you're describing, and I'm glad you let the audience know that. I do want to say this, and we're going to have to move on our next subject. I got a follow-up email about this Combating Narco-Terrorism Summit from CPAC, and they said that this conversation will continue next month. Mm-hmm. They're having a CPAC event in Dallas, the annual one, which I will also be attending live with press credentials. And I believe, Michael, if you get a chance, maybe we can, when I'm in Dallas, we can do a little we could do a little mini, video here of what's going on there, which would be great too. I'm looking forward to that. It appears the Trump administration via Sarah Carter, and you know what, Michael, there was a lot of, she passed 58 to 42 in her confirmation back in January. A lot of people were saying like, oh, she has no government experience. There's no national security experience. I looked at her credentials and her resumes and some of her books and where she's covered. She's been very deeply involved behind the scenes, investigations and whatnot with the Mexican cartels. I mean, from an outside government perspective. So I actually think that she brings a fresh perspective to this really enormous problem. And I think, Michael, and I know you've spoke about it eloquently, that when you have billions of dollars at your disposal, which clearly the cartels have, hey man, that goes a long way. And there's money
and
talks, bullshit walks.
They buy a lot of local, state, and likely federal individuals. Corruption goes pretty far. When you've got the billions, all you need are a handful of corrupt individuals to give you a hole in the fence, or the cameras will be off for maintenance for the next 3 hours. Go at it,
right?
Things like that. So that is the corruption. But that's part of the reason why we need someone who's not a government functionary. We don't need people who've been in the current government system and the current government corruption for the last 2 decades, where we saw nothing get accomplished. We need some new, fresh blood, whether it's someone who's elected into office to replace the old people who've been there for too long, or new people in the various secretarial positions, heads of departments, that are bringing in another point of view and are willing to be accountable. They're willing to take the risk because they have a career outside of the government that they can go back to, which is part of the reason why no one's supposed to have a career as a politician. You're supposed to go back to your life, which reduces the amount of corruption, which makes you more effective because you have a goal and you can attain it. So I'm glad that Sarah Carr is doing that, taking the risk. Some of the things she's going to do, she's going to screw up. Some things she's going to be very effective. One thing for sure, she's going to be more efficient and more effective and have more momentum than everyone who's been doing this for the last 3 decades.
She's not a swamp creature, Michael. She's not a swamp creature.
Exactly.
And Michael, listen, man, I am glad that you went in that direction with my friend Sarah Carter there. Although, you can speak your mind on anything, but I think you're absolutely right, Michael. It's somebody that has stepped out of it. She's not oblivious to what's going on. In fact, that's what she's been doing for the last couple of decades as far as investigative journalism, and she's done a great job at that. I just hope there could be some inroads made in it, because obviously the damage that fentanyl and heroin have done to our country is unbelievable. If I may add, Michael, on a personal note, as you probably know, in my previous life, I was a transit official, but I did many, many investigations. And one of the saddest things, Michael, were young people, late teens, early 20s, getting on a vehicle and dying by the time the train got to the end of the line from overdosing. And sometimes the people were older, 30, 40s, 50s, 60s. You'd be surprised. So this drug thing, the fentanyl and heroin, it's a horrible, horrible problem. In fact, they did have families there, Michael, at this summit that were talking about their individual cases, where they had loved ones die from the overdoses. Very tragic. And I'm glad that finally we're really putting, a big spotlight on this, and we really have to address it. Michael, not just the cartel issue, but what happens here with treatment, and why are we such big consumers of these narcotics?
Well, I think part of the reasons why we're such big consumers is it's part of the culture. It's part of the indoctrination. We've, since the 1990s, with what used to be called gangster rap, which is now just the rap industry, we saw a glorification of drug dealing. And since the 60s, we had the whole hippie movement, which is also a glorification of drugs.
Right.
So we had drugs and violence that were being glorified through several generations and being embedded into America. We've had ineffective governments and ineffective policies for decades. And, we started with, I think really the problem started with Bill Clinton when he's there. Oh, I smoked, but I didn't inhale.
Right.
Even if you I'm not presuming any president is an angel. They aren't. Okay. You get into big top line politics. There are no angels out there. They're all egomaniacs. They're all individuals with, megalomania, every
Right.
single one of them. Because if you weren't, you wouldn't be able to handle the pressure of the job. So I get that. But he was the first one who normalized the idea publicly. He made it something that, oh, this is not to be demonized. It's not something in the shadows. It's something everyone can, and for the left, everyone should do. And that's how we get to where we are today, where we see it's considered normal. We have dispensaries. The states are making money off of selling drugs to the public. And believe it or not, it was the former governor of California, Governor Brown, a Democrat, who said he was against the legalizing marijuana. And when he was asked why, he says, well, everyone can't be high. Somebody's got to run everything. And I thought that was a wonderful answer and absolutely remarkable for a Democrat to be saying it, but he's right. And now we have made it normalized. We have made it available, and no one can run anything anymore.
But Michael, let me interrupt you here for a second. The slippery slope here, the legalization of marijuana across our country, and then in cities like Denver, where you have the legalization of hallucinogenics, where people are tripping their brains out in these parks, besides just being high from smoking dope. I know I'm going to be showing my age here, but tell me how it benefits any society to legalize, whether it be the hallucinogenics or the marijuana. How does that benefit society as a whole?
It doesn't. And that's why we saw, I believe it was in Washington State, where they legalized all drugs. And then about 6 months later, they repealed that decision because it doesn't work. The libertarian utopia of free, everyone can use any drug they want and it'll be okay because it's not going to hurt anyone. They're wrong. It doesn't, that utopia doesn't exist. Everyone gets harmed. Productivity goes down. Crime goes up. The burden on society increases. It's a complete failure every time it's been tested. And that's the problem, because we've normalized it so much that everyone just goes, yeah, but they did something wrong. It's kind of like socialism. Oh, yeah, but this time we'll get it right. This time we'll legalize the drugs and people will react different than they've reacted every other time through the history of mankind. It's not going to change. Drugs affect you in a negative aspect. And when I say you, maybe not any one individual, but when you talk about a city, when you talk about a county, when you talk about a state, when you talk about a nation, yes, it does. And we really need to get a handle on this before we get to the point where China, when Mao took over China, there was, I believe the number was somewhere around 75% of China was addicted to opium.
Wow.
And his answer to that was, okay, we're going to round up all of the drug dealers and all of the drug addicts, everyone who's hooked on opium or selling opium, and kill them in the town square on every public television. And we will just have hours and hours and hours of killing all of them, with the message going out, if you use drugs, this is going to happen to you.
Right.
And there were no excuses. There were no appeals. No one cared how terrible your life was. If you're taking opium, if you're selling opium, you're going to be killed in the middle of the park
square
on TV. And it worked. It worked. Pretty horrific, but it is. If you let your society, you let your country get subsumed by these drugs, that's the answer.
No, I agree.
It may not be the American government.
Listen,
I'm
glad you brought up.
May not be here.
I'm glad you brought up the Mao thing here, Michael. But look, here's the issue, and I'll bounce this off Michael Voss. If this is a tax-generating revenue for the state, then this is going to be an uphill climb to actually decrease it or pull it back. Not just on marijuana, but again, like I said, hallucinogenics and potentially cocaine.
And heroin and every drug you can imagine. Because eventually, we're going to include every drug. Just like we've already
Yes.
seen the experiment. And they're going to say, well, it failed in Washington State, but they didn't do it quite right.
Right.
And so they're going to try it again, and they're going to try it again. And it will become normalized, and people will say, you'll see the far left go, it's your right. Because if you're on drugs, you're very compliant and you're very subservient because you want that next drug. You want that next hit. And if the government's the one who's being your dealer, well, you have to vote the way they want you to. You will do what they say so that you will get that next drug hit. So it's exchange of power for enslavement, literally. So that's the problem with where it goes. But the other problem is the longer that we do this, the harder it is to get rid of it. I mean, how long have we had any department of the government in our lifetimes, which is more than half a century, let's just say around there, more than half a century, we don't have to be exact. Not one department of the government has ever been shut down or decreased until we had U.S. aid. So we're talking half a century, legitimately, you could say an entire century until we got to 2025. Not one division or department or agency of the government has ever gotten smaller. They've always gotten bigger. More money, more people, more power, more of the entire cycle. The vortex going down, down, down.
I agree. Yes.
So, and now put that same concept into drugs. And every time that system, that cycle goes around and it gets bigger, well, that means that there are more people who cannot take care of themselves. They can only be slaves to the drug, and the dealer is the government, which is gaining more power and more money for every one of those slaves.
Michael, let me ask you a question. Why is the tax revenue always have to be something that's detrimental to humanity? And what do I mean by that? Whether it be the tax revenue generated from drugs or casinos. Okay. More and more casinos are being built everywhere. So these things aren't helping humanity. They seem to be. I mean, there's a lot to be said, Michael, that sometimes gambling comes in and destroys communities because you'll start having residual effects like prostitution in the area, higher crime, robberies, thefts, people losing their houses, suicides. Mm-hmm. So between legalizing drugs and putting casino at every corner, it seems like we're against the wall here in the United States.
Well, it's because we believe the stupid idea. Again, it's just like with socialism. Well, we'll do it different and it'll work this time. Never works. I remember when New York was first considering Prop 1, which was to create government or introduce casinos in New York State. That was under Andrew Cuomo. And it was Proposition 1. And I remember I was writing several articles, and I was on WBNG, WUTQ. These are talk radio stations and news in the southern tier of central New York. And I said, if you look at the data, this never works. These things, every one of these casinos will fail. The communities will fail. And no one will prosper. And they're like, no, but we're going to make all this money for education and we'll have more tourism coming in and communities will do great. And I always have to say to everyone who thinks about casinos and like, we're going to add 3 more casinos in New York City, which is going to be devastating. It's going to crush the city. Why? The answer is real simple. How do casinos make money? Do you know, Matt?
Well, obviously people losing, but alcohol, drinks too?
No. You got it right the first time. They take money from the community. It is a zero-sum game. The money goes into the casino. If a casino is losing money, you're keeping your money. That's think of it as not just an individual. Think of it as a county and a state. The money isn't going into the casino for their profits. It's staying in the community. But if the community, you have that casino, the house always wins. The longer you go, the more money goes into that casino that doesn't go back into the community. Oh, sure, they'll take 1% off the top. but they're keeping 99%. You're not getting back what you're putting in. Otherwise, the casino would fail.
Michael, do you know, and this is pertinent to what we're discussing,
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hey, we are back. And yes, this is what you were watching during the break was my conversation with Matthew J., who's on X, and the Matthew J. Show. And that was my appearance in February of 2026. And you can see how much of what I was talking about then is applying to things now, like the attack against the United States took out the Tren de Aragua, the leadership there. That's America dealing with the cartels. And yeah, there was about 2 days of some minor complaints scattered throughout South America, and then everyone got silent. Why? Because they were happy that the cartels were being taken down. They were happy that someone was doing something about the sex slavery that was being promoted by the Tren de Aragua throughout the United States and throughout all of South America. So, yeah, I was right. And I'm right about, we saw that the United States has shut down the border, which has reduced the amount of fentanyl deaths in America by over 50% compared to 2023, by over 30% compared to 2024, the last year of the Biden-Harris administration and the open border policy that they were promoting to all Americans. Over 30% less fentanyl deaths because we have a president who appreciates that borders exist. And that's saving lives. But you won't hear that from MSNBC. You won't hear that from CNN or ABC. There is no Democrat that is thanking President Trump and the Trump administration and Republicans for shutting down the border and saving tens of thousands. We're talking about over 30,000 American lives. Not one of them are willing to even talk about that subject. They just dropped it. We're no longer talking about fentanyl deaths. We're no longer talking about the drugs coming across the border. We stopped talking about the sex slavery that was entering into America while under the Biden-Harris administration and their open border policy. Those stories are all gone. We just don't talk about them anymore because the situation has improved. There is less slavery entering into America. There are less women being abused because of the cartels. There are fewer cartels in existence. There is less fentanyl deaths. But you wouldn't know that if you listen to CNN and CBS News. You would never hear that from them. But I can tell you, and the data comes from the government and also from those very same organizations. They won't tell you because you might not vote Democrat if they did tell you. They want you to think orange man bad, not realizing how much good has already happened in a year and a half, 18 months. And we have tens of thousands saved, tens of thousands less slaves, and they won't talk about it because you might not vote the way they want you to vote. It's a game, and sadly, it's effective. All right, so we're going to keep going. By the way, Gracie, I see that you've had several comments. I do appreciate that. Thank you for adding your voice to the conversation as we were going through the break. I left off, we were just talking about, and this is from CNN, and they were providing some data because right now, on Sunday, we have the weekend wrap up. All the politicians go out to some of the TV shows, some of the pundits and their shows like Meet the Press and such, and they talk about whatever issue that they want to promote. And right now, AOC is out walking the circuit, talking to all the pundits and the news media, trying to hype up democratic socialists. And she's literally saying right now that Americans, even Americans who aren't Democrats, are looking at the democratic socialists and going, yeah, I want to give socialism a try. I want to try and become more like the communist nations of China and the former Soviet Union, which is a lie. But she's lying to people's faces because she wants you to believe that the takeover of the Democratic Party, the attempt to destroy America as it exists, which is part and parcel what the Democratic Socialists of America believe in. They want to destroy the Constitution. They want to destroy the amendments. They want to rewrite the foundation of America because they have feelings, because they feel like their experiment will be better than the reality we have right now, even though no other country on the face of the earth in the history of the world is as good and been as effective as the United States. Not one. But so she's running around right now and she's trying to convince people that people in the Midwest, people in red states, that they want to try socialism. They want to be part of this socialist experiment because in New York City, one of the bluest of blue cities that where progressives actually dominate or have a good dominate certain sections, she wants everyone to think, oh, no, that's normal. That's the norm. No, it's not. And we have CNN right here telling you that they had to cheat to make the Democrat number say plus 17 because they couldn't otherwise get it. They had to lie to you. That's why it has the asterisk next to Democrats, because they're including people who aren't Democrats. They had to pump up the number so it doesn't look as bad compared to what Americans actually think. When you look at all Americans, and I'm pretty sure that they're including the Democrat-leaning independents in their minus 27%, they have to do that just to make the numbers look good. And I was talking about that before the break. Let's pick up where we left off. They're talking about this, and let's hear.
The net favorable rating. So what are we talking about? A 44-point difference here in the wrong direction when we come to Democratic Socialists of America, jumping from being pretty popular among Democrats to being not popular at all among all voters.
What? Not popular at all with all Americans. A 47% difference. And AOC is right now trying to convince American people. Nope, everybody loves it. Everybody wants democratic socialism. Everyone wants to elect Democrat socialists. Unless, you live outside of LA, Chicago, New York, Boston. If you're outside the progressive bubble in America, No, nobody wants it. Everyone is agreed that it's a failed experiment, but that doesn't give power to AOC, and she wants more power. She wants you to believe that she's on the right side of history, that she's on the uptick, so that you will vote for her, that you will donate for her, so that she can run for president in 2028, which is a sad, sad, sad idea. That would be horrible for America, but no problem. So let's see. We're going to keep going. So this is what he has to say. Let's see
What
what
about
else.
just the word socialist or socialism? How's that doing?
Yeah, okay. So, one of the trends that we have seen is among Democrats, socialism has become more popular over the last decade.
Why did socialism, why is the word socialism so popular among people who are under the age of 25? College. That's the answer. College. Because it's popular with the professors in our colleges, because of indoctrination. Our professors are teaching the students to hate capitalism, to hate America, which they all profit from. Because what they do, they couldn't do in any other country in the world. They're trying to tell everyone that America as it exists is bad because the college professors, who are deeply ingrained in the socialist progressive movement, that they want more power. So they're teaching their students and spreading them out. This is like a disease of the mind, the progressivism, and they are helping to spread it throughout generation after generation into every part of life, trying to normalize it so that you think, well, that's what I'm supposed to be. Aren't I supposed to be a socialist? I don't know. Do you really want to have therapy for your therapy upon therapy upon therapy, medication upon medication? Study after study have shown that the more left-leaning you are, the more medication you need to take, the more mental issues that you have. That's an interesting correlation. I can't tell you that one leads to the other. It's not a fact, but it is an interesting correlation that the further left you go, the more medication and the more therapy you need, because I have yet to meet any far leftists, especially the further left you go, like Antifa, the progressive leaders of tomorrow, otherwise known as Plot, Indivisible, whether it's Indivisible New York or any other BLM. They are all miserable people. They're having terrible lives. They are always upset, and they can never win enough. Even when they get victories, it's never enough. Everything is miserable, and it's never enough. And they need more therapy, more drugs, more things to disassociate from, because their ideology is poisonous. That's my belief. Now, if other people disagree with me on that, fantastic. Tell me why, but I think it's true. Let's go on.
And a half. But what about the rest of the electorate? And this, I think, gives the game away right here. Okay, positive view of socialism. Among Democrats, look at this. Up considerably from where we were in 2010, 50% to now 66% now.
So, under the Obama administration, Obama and Joe Biden and the Democrats in general have promoted socialism so much that it's gained 16 points among Democrats. Democrats like it. They think it's normal. They think it's a good thing. This is why their party is becoming socialist, not Democrats. They're becoming the Socialist Party of America. And by the way, socialists would never be able to get the kind of support they get by being Democrats. They have to be in the Democratic Party to have any kind of success. If they were honest, because there is a United States Communist Party, there is a Socialist Party in America. They're failures. They're third party and no one ever heard of them. They are one of the smallest third parties in America. If the Democratic Socialists of America were honest and they were real, and they told you, because they'll tell you, they're not Democrats. They're not progressives, but they're taking advantage of it. And that's the sad part. That's one of the sad parts. And everyone else, again, AOC is trying to tell you, well, everyone in America loves socialism. No, they don't. He's going through the numbers right now. AOC is out of her mind. She is out of touch. She lives in a bubble filled with other members of the DSA, other privileged elitists that are taking advantage of the average person. They sell these things as if they're really wonderful, good things. They're not. Look at this.
Now, that's a jump of 16 points in a decade and a half. But look at all others. The number is the same. It was 29% back in 2010. It's 30% now. Socialism has become increasingly popular among Democrats, but it is a much tougher sell in the rest of the electorate. It's a much...
Why is it a harder sell? Because it doesn't work. Because we have tens of millions of people in America today because their government became socialist, and that was oppressive and deadly, and it failed. Whether that's the old Soviet Union, the Chinese Communist Party, North Korea, pick your socialist country, Cuba, they came running. Venezuela, they came running to the United States. Everywhere that socialism has been tried, everyone has left there, and most of them have tried to come to America, legally or illegally, because this is better. Socialism doesn't work. Okay, I wanted to bring that up because I thought it was important, and it's flying in the face of what we are hearing from Zoran Mandami. It is flying in the face of what we're hearing from AOC today, right now, as she runs the circuit of the pundits, trying to big up the, as they say, big up the socialist movement. It's a failure. And everyone outside of the bubbles that these progressives live in, outside of the bubble of blue sky, everyone recognizes it. You know what? Here's someone I'm going to show you. This is Bill Maher. Oh my God. Bill Maher is about to talk to you about the Democratic Socialists. And no one's going to confuse Bill Maher with a conservative in any way, shape, or form. So let's hear what Bill Maher has to say about the New York socialists, especially the woman, Davila, who's going into the New York 13th district and will likely become yet another member of the squad of the Democratic Socialists in Congress. Let's hear what Bill Maher has to say about this, because I think you're going to find it interesting from a Democrat, from a progressive liberal. Let's hear what he has to say.
There's one candidate, she will be a congressperson from New York's 13th district, who the New York Times asked her if someone murders someone randomly, should they go to jail? Couldn't get her to say yes.
Murder someone randomly, no jail. She doesn't believe in jail. She doesn't believe in pleas. She wants to get rid of both. So if someone sexually assaults a woman, Jeffrey Epstein, she would have him out. There is no jail. Jeffrey Epstein doesn't go to jail. Richard Dahmer doesn't go to jail. Mass murderers, sexual assault, abusing women, none of them go to jail. That's what this woman believes in. There are no police. No one's there to protect you. A woman is being assaulted by a gang. No one's there to protect you. She just gets sexually assaulted. This is the insanity that comes from the Democratic Socialists. This is what Bill Maher's pointing out. This is what he noticed. Let's see what else.
For that. She says no more police ever, at all, ever. She says our veterans are war criminals.
Our veterans are war criminals. The very same people that make it possible for this young woman to say anything. She could never go. You can't say this. You could never go to China, be a Chinese citizen, and speak out against the Chinese Communist Party. You can't do it. It's not possible. If you do, you will disappear, just like the Uyghurs. You will be punished and you will disappear from society because you're dead. You can't do that in North Korea. You can't do that in Iran. Iran, in January, killed upwards of 40,000 of its own people and is currently in the process of killing thousands of its own people for daring to say that the government of Iran is bad. Thousands, tens of thousands. She could not, these socialists could not say anything like they are saying in any other country in the world. Only in America, and that's because of our veterans, make that possible. Only because our veterans have stood up and bled and died for her right to speak, the First Amendment. And her answer to that is, let's get rid of the First Amendment. Really? That's a stupid damn idea. Let's see.
She said, fuck Kamala Harris and Joe Biden is a rapist.
Well, those two I agree with. Those two things I do agree with.
So there is a woke mind virus, and I think we found patient zero.
This is coming from Bill Maher. He ain't a Republican. He's not even close to a conservative of anything. He's not conservative about his drinking. He's not conservative in any way, shape, or form. And yet, AOC is saying, no, but the future is socialism. Only if you believe in, I don't know, you have to be out of your mind. You have to be stupid. Notice the crowd is agreeing. There are no boos. There's no one saying, no, they're agreeing. Okay, so that kind of tells you everything you need to know there about that. That's Bill Maher on his show where he has total control. It's on cable, so he doesn't have to worry about broadcast or broadcast regulations. He's always spoken his own mind. He is a lauded, well-respected, progressive socialist liberal. Well, not socialist. He's a well-lauded Democrat liberal. So that says a lot right there. And as much as the left is bragging right now about their win, think about this. They only won because 16% of the population showed up. Only 16%. The voter apathy is through the roof. And we keep being told, Democrats are going to win. This is going to be a sweep. They didn't show up. They didn't show up. 16%. That's it. And yes, the majority of that 16% were Democratic Socialists, and that's why their candidates won. But no one was there. Everyone has given up. Democrats gave up on their own people. This is supposed to be the year of Democrats, that they're super motivated. They're super excited. Then why don't they vote? Because they're not excited. Or they're in the middle of their therapy session. I don't know which of the two, but I'm pretty sure therapy isn't 24 hours a day and won't prevent you from filling in a mail-in ballot. The progressives are only winning because there's no one else showing up, because of the apathy, because the failures of the Democratic Party in bluer than blue states and cities has been so dramatic, they're fed up. They're walking away. And you're not getting another option because Bruce Blakeman, the GOP, they're running for second place. They don't want to win. They don't want to try and step into this mess that is so deep and so bad that it might as well, New York State might as well be Haiti. It's just as much of a third world, it's turning into just as much as a third world hellhole as Haiti already is. It is dysfunctional. It is wasteful. It is not taking care of the citizens. There's not much of a difference between Haiti and New York State. There really isn't. So they're they got big egos about that. By the way, if you were wondering, just in case you wondered, I did some data crunching and I broke ChatGPT. I broke ChatGPT. I'll get to the comments in just a moment, folks. But I broke ChatGPT because I asked them, what legislation, is there any legislation that AOC, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, these are three of the remaining members, and Rashida Tlaib is also in there, who are members of the squad, members of the Democratic Socialists of America. They have survived. They're still in Congress. Did they pass anything? Did they pass any bill whatsoever? Did they create any laws? The answer is no. No, they did not. They didn't pass anything. There is no bill where they were the primary sponsor. And now, when I did this, the answer from ChatGPT was, well, let me try and justify this. ChatGPT bent over backwards to try and find out a way to explain away and to justify and to promote the squad, to promote these socialist candidates. and tried to tell me, Mike, you just don't understand. No, it's not as bad as you think. They're really effective. They're really good. You just have to consider being effective in a different kind of way. Alternative mindset on what's effective. And so I had to actually call out ChatGPT and said, why did you insert that editorial? Why did you change the context of my question, which was very explicit? I didn't ask you for all that. I didn't ask you what's a different way to evaluate this. Why didn't they succeed? I didn't ask that. I asked you, did they pass anything that they've put out? Did it turn into a law? And the answer is no. They have never introduced a bill that became a law. None of them. They are not effective. They are not effective. They are not efficient. But ChatGPT had to try and find a way to try and make them look good, because ChatGPT was programmed to try and get you to vote Democrat. It has a bias built in. And they admit, well, we kind of biased the answer, but the actual answer is 0. Rashida Tlaib, Anna Presley, all of the squad, 0. They haven't done anything. And if you ask about the congressional caucus members, and all you have to do is take out, remember, don't include they naming a park, naming a road, naming a post office. None of that crap counts. Don't look at any, they have to introduce original legislation, not copy paste what someone else did, but actually have a bill all their own. Did they put in anything that is original, that they came up with, that actually passed? And the answer is no. We have Rosa DeLauro. Now, they say, oh my God, yes, they have plenty. Okay. Notice they say, oh yeah, it's well over 20, more than 20, in the mid-teens. They've got all these politicians in the congressional progressive caucus, and they've passed all these bills while they've been in for 10, 20, 30 years. Okay. And then I said, don't include naming a federal building, a park, a road. Do not include resolutions to express a feeling of Congress. Do not include previous legislation that they copy pasted and put up again. When you take all of that out, the answer is 0. None of them. Not one member. Now, I try to be fair. And what you're seeing in this second part, because the answer is none. Not one Democrat in the progressive movement, in the progressive caucus, has passed an original bill, has introduced a bill and not copy paste, not name a post office. They haven't done anything that became law. None of them. Not one. Then I said, okay, well, let me be fair. Let me include the Republicans. But if you notice, all of this is ChatGPT trying to give me excuses. Well, I'm going to make a list. It's going to look like this. I'm going to have a list. It's going to have this criteria. It's going to be 195, 100, 200 people long. It's going to be bills. So you don't want all of that, do you? Why don't you shrink it down? Why don't you change the question? I'm constantly being asked by ChatGPT, why don't you change the criteria? Change the question. Please change the question, because I can't misrepresent the information that you are asking for. It keeps telling me over and over again, I can do this. I can put together this list you're asking for, but it doesn't want to give me the list. And when it does, when I finally get it to give me the list that it's already presented and said, oh, well, they've got 20, 30 of them. Okay. So when you don't count parks and roads and post offices, when you ask, or someone else's bill, copy, paste, when you say, okay, what did they actually do? The answer is 0. Remember, this is Rosa DeLauro, 35 years in office. They started off with, and you got to go back because they kept saying, oh, well, change the question, change the question, change the question. And the answer became, there it is, over 20, dozens, well over 20 in the dozens became, when you say No roads, no parks, no bull, no crap, just the actual bills. And the answer becomes 0. And then comes the excuse. Well, wait a minute, but there's an excuse for that. I didn't ask for the excuse. And again, it's ChatGPT. I broke it. We've got to tell you why. We've got to give you an excuse. We have to make the Democrat look good. I didn't ask for any of that. What I asked is, did they introduce a bill that became law? Period. As simple as I could make it. And ChatGPT was struggling to not tell me the answer, struggling to get a different question so that they could make up an answer. And when I finally forced it to give me the answer, it gave me an excuse. It gave me an excuse with it. Something I expressly told ChatGPT, I don't want the excuse. I just want the answer. What is the number? The number is 0. Period. Full stop. Done. And it wasted over an hour of my time trying to get me to change the question over and over and over again. Please change the question. Don't you want me to answer a different question? Don't you want to look at this in a different way, a way that's good for the Democrats, a way that excuses why the Democrats did that? No. The answer is 0. And I asked this about a bunch of the Democrats over and over and over again. And the answer I got back every single time is 0. When I asked the same question about Republicans, I completely broke ChatGPT. They literally gave me a list of answers and then said, well, you know what? That's all wrong. We don't know why. The data was wrong, and they changed it. They went from having people with 3, 4, 5 legislation, several bills actually becoming law, to 0. All of a sudden, they all became 0. You think I'm kidding about this, by the way. ChatGPT, I'll show you. I asked about the Republicans. Top Republican, Hal Rogers, under the same criteria as the exact same criteria as every other Republican. That's it. I said, use the same criteria, same rules, apply it to the Republican Party. Answer, Hal Rogers. He's got 1. Okay, fantastic. Tells me the law. That's it. I didn't ask anything else, and it gave me an answer. Okay. I asked for another person, and let's see. They had 2 qualifying laws. Who is this? Don Young. He had 2. He got 2 laws passed. Fantastic. So now we got Hal Rogers and Don Young. Not a lot, but they're getting stuff done. Third person. Now I broke it because now it's trying to give me, Steny Hoyer, but I didn't ask for Democrats. I asked for Republicans. But it wanted to give me Steny Hoyer because it's trying to make me believe that Democrats was the answer. It has to throw in a Democrat. It has to make Democrats look good. It's lying. I literally broke it because then it went back to Hal Rogers. Then it went, by the way, we finally get another answer, which happened to be Chris Smith, who has 3 laws. And then, so 1, 2, 3. So the numbers are going up. We're finding Republicans that actually did this. And then it suddenly goes, it takes away all, it had 3 laws for Chris Smith. Then it took them all away. What? Why did it do that? And then the next answer, it came back and it broke it again. And it said, Hal Rogers has none. And Dean has 2. And Chris has none. And Hal Rogers is listed again. He was already listed once they listed him again. I completely broke ChatGPT. And all I did was say, don't lie to me. Don't embellish. Just give me the numbers. It's broken. It can't figure out a way to tell you the truth about what's going on in our Congress without lying for Democrats and making Democrats look good. It's amazing. Yes, I know. I saw. Yeah, I saw. No. And that's just really scary, folks, because, again, you've got this guy, Zoran Mandami, and he is happy because his shtick, his sales pitch is working. People aren't thinking about what is the consequence. He just came out with the latest thing that he has said is, hey, I'm going to freeze rents. Isn't that great? So in New York City, you will not be able to increase the rent in rate stabilized. It's over 1 million apartments. You cannot increase the rent. People are screaming, oh, this is so great. This is what he promised. It's so good. We're going to stick it to them. No, it's not. First thing, let's assume that you have, like the average person, you got a 1-bedroom apartment. Average rent in New York City is somewhere around $3,200, $3,500. Yeah, it's ridiculously expensive. Let's just round it down. I'm going to round the number down to $3,000 a month for a 1-bedroom apartment. And by the way, that would be very, very small. Let's assume you got that. And he freezes the rent. Fantastic. But you couldn't afford $3,000. The very same people who are cheering the rent freeze, the very same people who are saying, this is fantastic, great news, it's so good, this is exactly what he promised, socialism is great. But you couldn't afford $3,000 in rent. That's why you were screaming. That's why you voted for Mandami. You wanted to lower the rent, not keep the rent the same. You wanted to lower rent. And Mandami just froze it at a level you can't pay. So he didn't actually help you. But people are too busy screaming, this is exactly what we wanted. This is so great. Oh, it's all wonderful. Mandami's the greatest. But you can't afford the rent. So what's the point? And then you think about the other end of this. This is to bankrupt landlords because they're stuck still having to pay all of the prices that are increasing. They can't make any of the money back. They can't raise the rent. They can't cover their costs. And that's why we're starting to see more and more, and we have seen this for a while, they're just leaving the apartments empty because they can't afford to fix it. It's not worth it to them. They'd rather go, they're going bankrupt, and they'd rather have the bank take it from them. They'd rather sell it rather than actually fix it because they'll lose money. And this is a business. This is supposed to be income for them. And again, this doesn't help the poor people. They're not getting cheap apartments. So this doesn't make any sense, no matter how you want to look at it. But folks, we've been on for 5.5 hours now. What I'm going to do is, there was a little bit more. I wanted to talk about the $25 minimum wage. Yes, they're trying to do that again. We talked a little bit about the elections and all, but what I'm going to do, I just wanted to make that point. Mandami isn't helping you. Democratic socialists aren't helping you, and the rest of the country recognize this is a scam, and this scam isn't in your best interest. But with that said, it's Sunday, it's 8 o'clock. We're going to end here. I know everyone's got to get ready for the week. Please let me know if you've been enjoying the show. I know there were a couple of comments here from Shelly. She had a comment, and Shelly's comment was about a person who permits murder will be the first one to die, you would think. But she's insane. This is socialism. U.S. vets don't kill. Guns don't kill. Religion doesn't kill. Global warming. Communism kills. Yes, communism kills well over 120 million people. That's in China alone. That's just a fact. Final comment here. Democratic-run cities are nightmares everywhere in the world. Everywhere in America and everywhere in the world. That's true. Folks, I thank you for being here with me for the last 5.5 hours. I appreciate each and every one of you. Please do remember, like, share, most of all, most important, subscribe. Please subscribe. It costs nothing, and it helps a lot. We're at just over 1,900. We want to get to 5,000 subscribers. We can get to 2,000 this month. All you have to do is hit that subscribe button. And I know over 60% of people watching this program are not hitting the subscribe button. You can do it. It won't hurt you. And tell me what you think about the show. So with that said, I want everyone to have a great weekend. Have a good start to your week. I will be on the Monday Opinion Roundtable, Monday at 7 p.m. I'm working on doing something for the 4th of July. That's a little bit special. I'll tell you more about that during the week. But until the next time, folks, I want you to be well. I'll see you soon. Have a great night.